stepped in a battle with hope by my side. I was naked and afraid. I got nowhere near to hide. Blow after blow, I just stood there weeping. Oh, nothing I can't do to keep this heart from beating. So now I'm on my knees. It's the end of the road. There's no chance this war's been won. There's no way I'm going home. I'm at the bottom. Love's depending on you know. I can only go on from this moment on. So don't run away from things that hurt you. This is time to grow, become new. You're gonna find a gift at the end of the road. Responsibilities unfold. So don't run away from things that hurt you. Ooh, yeah. So don't run away from things that hurt you, from things that hurt you. Don't run away, don't run away from things that hurt you, things that hurt you.
Thank you. Those were amazing performances. Thank you again to Natasha Greer, Sage Andrew Romero, Fo Farah, and the Midnight Dip. So you guys can go to our website, davischerryblossom.weekly, and go check out the lineup again, and go check out those amazing artists. So our first focus segment will be on taiko and activism. I see some of our taiko peeps in the audience, so shout out to them. We come from a student taiko group who's known for our crazy, explosive energy, hence bakwatsu. But what many people don't know about us is oftentimes taiko can be taken without context. We come, we play, we bang drum, we leave, and that's the synopsis of it all. But that's just not it. So at one of our last performances, an audience member expressed that he just wanted to swing a katana after we had finished. That's not it either. Taiko stems from a very important place of activism in the Asian American community. North American taiko was built on the backs of Japanese Americans who fought against discrimination and suppression of their culture during the Asian American movement. I learned for myself that the taiko that we play today is an expression of freedom and identity, fought for in spirit of the incarcerated community and future communities to be empowered. So Bakaatsu has followed through for Solidarity, a direct action group of Japanese Americans fighting to close the camps in the US, and our previously chosen 2020 festival charity in their leadership to protest at the Yuba County Jail in Marysville and Tanner Fran Mall in San Bruno. We used our drums and our energy to drive the rallies and protest the inhumane, unjust detainment of undocumented immigrants, state violence, and killings of Black people by the police. So a little bit, I performed there myself, and how my experience went was, it felt like everybody was kiaing that day. So for those who don't know, kiai is a shout of directed energy. So it kind of sounds like hup or sup. And when I was there, it felt like the protesters were kiaing, they were giving energy to us, and we were giving energy to them, and we were giving energy to the issues at hand and the detainees who were there at the Yuba County Jail. And then we heard a little voice from above at one of our last sets. They said, don't forget about us. And then there was a silence, and everything became just so much more real at that point. The issues got more real, our playing had a purpose, and we know that taiko has a real place rooted in Asian American activism, and it continues to evolve to do so. So our segment today first features a performance by Tiffany Tamari Bucci. You can see her video right there. Internationally respected taiko master and founder of 3 active taiko groups, including Sacramento Taiko-Dan. She has performed throughout North America, Europe, and Japan, and also inspired countless of young taiko artists, including those of Bakuhatsu, with her workshops. Give it up for Tiffany Sensei.
Thank you so much. It is my pleasure and honor to be here. I am going to be playing Odaiko for you today. And for those of you that don't know what taiko is or haven't seen taiko before, don't know what an odaiko is a great or large drum. You see I have a few very large drums behind me. In any taiko group or any music ensemble, the odaiko is the biggest drum, so it could even be a very small drum, but in this case it means any drum larger than 3 feet about in diameter. And this particular style of drumming was popularized by a group called Za Onde Koza in the late 1960s, early 1970s, a man named A. Tetsuhayashi, who was one of the very first odaiko performers to bring this sort of solo improvised drumming to the stage. And it's a really unique form of taiko in as much as it's fairly much a solo art form, because most taiko pieces, of course, are ensemble work pieces with a large group of drummers, and odaiko, you have just the drummer and the drum. It is an expression of character and spirit. As the drummer, I bring to it my own history, my own spirit, but I'm also trying to blend with the spirit and the history of the drum. This particular drum is the largest Asano Nagado Odaiko, or solid-bodied Odaiko drum in North America. It is made from a hollowed-out piece of babinga wood, while drums from Japan are traditionally made from zelkova. Trees of this size are kind of rare, so they actually went into the forest, into the jungles in Africa, selected this tree trunk, and cut it down and pulled it out and brought it to Japan and cured it and made this solid body drum. It is awesome to be able to play it. It has great spirit and character of its own. And so as a drummer, I will be trying to blend both my spirit and the spirit of course, the tree and the cow who sacrificed to have the skins on the drum. The improvisation is based on a story that there were 2 villages on either side of a body of water, a river, and during a drought, they decided that their 2 taiko players would play until they couldn't anymore, and whoever gave up first, their villagers would have to leave. And while that's somewhat of a grim story, it said that they drummed for 3 days until finally one dropped, one of them collapsed. And so the tradition of this is to play a very long narrative solo. We don't have time for that today. But as part of that, what the drummer strives to do is push themselves to their very limit to reach a point where they can't think and there are no rhythms left. And then what comes next is what the audience usually comes to see. It's when you have nothing else to give and when you have no more ideas, what then comes out of you as you're playing the drum is sort of the challenge. I'm going to do my best to sort of push myself as hard as I can to get to that point a little bit. In essence, to try and capture where we are today as people facing a pandemic, as people who have met many challenges. I hope this offers a little bit of spirit and a little bit of power to help see you through to whatever's on the other side.
Woo! All right. Thank you so much, Tiffany Tamaraguchi. I'm so honored to have you here today. I want to quickly introduce our next set. Tiffany is going to be back for a panel that's coming up in about half an hour, so please save some questions for her as well. Thank you so much, Tiffany Sensei. So next coming up here, I want to just give a little bit of a just quick intro to the set, and we'll get right into it. So our Davis Cherry Blossom Festival started as a way for us to share taiko with our community. Bakurazu Taiko-dan is a performing arts ensemble at UC Davis. We perform on and off campus in the greater Sacramento area. And one thing we wanted to do with our festival is if people who, this outpouring of support, people who like taiko, we wanted to have a festival for you to learn more about taiko. So at the core of Davis Cherry Blossom Festival has always been about sharing taiko with our community and making a space for taiko players to come together and hang out and stuff. So ever since our first Cherry Blossom Festival, we've actually had other taiko teams coming to Davis to share this experience with us. So our first set is actually as a song performed by our students at UC Davis with some special guests from some other collegiate taiko teams will be joining them for this performance. Following by that, we will have another performance. We'll see Tiffany again from Sacramento Taiko-dan's 30th anniversary last fall. I just wanted to reiterate, we are very honored to have Tiffany Sensei as a neighbor, a taiko neighbor next door who gives a lot of inspiration to our members, and we take workshops with her and very much appreciate that guidance. And then lastly, we have a very special presentation by Isaku Kagayama Sensei from Los Angeles Taiko Institute. He will give us this cool kind of ethno-musical interpretation or look at how Bon taiko drumming has found kind of an evolution or new roots in kind of North American playing. I also want to say with Isaku Kagayama Sensei, we have not been able to play taiko as a team due to the pandemic, but through the guidance of Kagayama Sensei, we are actually doing a directed group study program right now where our taiko students are learning to compose and think about taiko and music in a digital environment and still trying to play together even while apart. So thank you again to Tiffany Sensei. Let's cue into some more taiko. We'll be joined right after that with a panel with some leaders and some great taiko players. So I hope you'll stick around for that. Let's get to it.
Taiko translates to drum in Japanese, but outside of Japan it refers to Japanese drum called wadaiko in the art form itself. Taiko is deeply rooted in Japanese history and cultural pride. It has traditional uses in religion practices, seasonal festivals, and theater.
Ensemble taiko drumming, called kumidaiko, invented by jazz musician Daihachi Oguchi, emerged more recently in the 1950s. It is now a very popular form of drumming in Japan, America, and all over the world.
Grandmaster Seiichi Tanaka, known as the father of North American taiko, studied directly under Daihachi Oguchi and formed the San Francisco Taiko Dojo. Around the same time, Kinara Taiko was formed by Reverend Mas Kodani at Senshin Buddhist Temple. Both groups played a large role in exposing and shaping kumidaiko in the U.S.
Taiko in America began to popularize in Asian communities along the West Coast during the Asian American movement, which began in the 1960s. Taiko groups from Buddhist churches and Asian American communities worked to bring people together and to use taiko as an outlet for activism.
Direct descendants of these taiko groups formed teams on their college campuses in the 90s, starting with Kyoto at UCLA. It is now common to see taiko groups across the states, and some even participate in intercollegiate events.
Taiko is both traditional and fluid. While it continues to expand to serve new purposes, it carries on its legacy of creating an artistic platform to empower, express, and share the stories of the performers.
Art in all places reflects the politics and concerns that are local to that place.
Protesters march in the streets and make noise to have their message heard. Similarly, taiko unites people by literally making noise and having their music heard.
There are lots of groups that I know of that were originally formed to advocate things like women's rights and the LGBTQ identity, or simply to provide safe spaces for people.
I've also seen taiko used to communicate feelings of perseverance, joy, rage, triumph, and more.
sounds that we send booming through the streets tell people that we are here, we are loud, and we are not shutting up until our brothers and sisters have the rights and respect that they deserve. I think in these dire times, it's super important for us to stay connected with each other.
We switched to using Zoom for practice, although the connection has been pretty spotty.
COVID-19 has definitely challenged the way Jishin teaches and interacts with their members, but Jishin still continues to meet 2 to 3 times a week on Zoom to achieve our goals.
Lots of the songs that are composed in the collegiate community are fusions of cultures, a melding between what we believe to be traditional taiko and our own musical tastes.
I love what taiko does for me. I love how seeing it can invigorate and inspire audiences, while playing it can help someone feel confident, feel strong, feel at home.
I love the way that the loud, deep sounds resonate within us and draw us together.
The bonds I made while playing taiko are invaluable to me.
There is something really special when you hit the drum and feel the sound reverberate into your chest. Taiko because it lights my spirit on fire.
I play taiko for the people. I've met so many wonderful people in Senryu, each of which play a part in creating fantastic memories.
Taiko to me is more than an art. It invokes in me a raw and powerful emotion whenever I hit the drum. It almost shuts down everything just so my whole mind and my entire soul can concentrate when I play.
The next piece comes from Osaka, called Danjiri Bayashi. It is music that accompanies the Danjiri Festival, which they take these huge carts, decorated carts, and they actually run them at precarious speeds through the streets, often running into buildings and light poles. It's one of the most dangerous festivals in Japan, if you're happy enough to be able to see it, or lucky enough to be able to see it. But that's not the exciting part for us. The exciting part for us is the part where they drum, of course. And in this particular festival, the gentleman who taught us this style told us that this actually was created during a time when Osaka was facing a lot of both natural disasters and a cholera epidemic. And what they would do is they would take these carts to the street and they would ask people to throw all of their bad things into them so that they could take them to the outside of the village and discard them. So this was infectious materials as well as their bad luck for the season, their bad health, and so forth. And so that as Sasha is playing this particular piece, we're going to ask that you give all that bad junk up so that she can take it and drum it away. That's the traditional sort of aspect of taiko that we enjoy bringing to the stage. Many of us actually travel to Japan to study with traditional festival groups, doing this in communities throughout Japan. Some festivals we actually go house to house and drag stuff out, not literally, but spiritually, so that we can start their houses off clean for the year. And so throughout the year, whatever has bogged you down or gotten in your way, please feel free to throw it to the stage so that we can clear it away for you. Danjiri Bayashi was taught to us by Katogi Akira of the group Wariki. This is his arrangement of traditional festival music and adapted to the stage. We very much hope you enjoy it.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Isaku and I'm a taiko artist based in Los Angeles. Today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the Obon Festival and its relationship with the taiko that we see on stage today. I'd also like to thank Bakuhatsu Taiko-dan for having me, and it's an honor to be here and share this music with you. The roots of the Obon Festival can be traced back 500 years to a ritual where people would gather during the mid-August Obon season to hold a memorial service for the family of a person who passed away earlier in the year. It's said that the spirits of the deceased return home during this time. The people would gather at the house of the deceased and dance in a circle, and the family of the deceased would thank the participants by providing food. The Obon festivals we see today usually take place in a community center. This could be a local park or a local plaza, a temple, a shrine, or a school. They're usually organized by the local community, and you could say it's similar in some ways to like a block party, where it's a get-together for the people of the neighborhood. In both Japan and the US, the Obon Festival is a way to strengthen community ties or bonds. In order to make an Obon Festival happen, people need to cooperate, they need to work together, communicate, and at some point they'll be dancing together, eating food together, and probably drinking together. So it's a way to make the community stronger. In the US, there's also an element of expressing one's Japanese American or Asian American identity. Living as a minority in the United States, it's really important for people to be able to celebrate their ethnicity. The style of drumming that is played at the Obon Festival is called Bondaiko. A group called Sukeroku Daiko, formed in the 1960s in Tokyo, combined elements of Bondaiko, Obon Festival drumming, with Hogakubayashi, music of the No and Kabuki theater, and Edobayashi, festival music of Tokyo. Sukeroku Daiko is credited with developing and popularizing the naname style, which is where you have the drum at an angle. They also composed pieces like Yodan, where you have one drum on naname and another on a yokouchi stand. These are some of the more tangible contributions, but I think their biggest contribution was, or one of their biggest contributions, was creating a taiko ensemble based on indigenous music of Tokyo. In the process, they created a very distinct style of taiko drumming and elevated the technical level as well as the depth of the art form. My first taiko teacher, Mr. Kenny Endo, was a member of Sukeroku Daiko, and I grew up learning taiko from Mr. Yoichi Watanabe of Amano-jaku. Prior to forming Amano-jaku, Mr. Watanabe was also a member of Sukeroku Daiko. Another person that's associated with Sukeroku Daiko is Mr. Seiichi Tanaka of San Francisco Taiko Dojo. Tanaka Sensei is considered the grandfather of taiko in the United States, and practically every group in the US is connected to Tanaka Sensei in one way or another. Aside from using the naname stand, poses like this are also very characteristic of the Sukeroku Daiko aesthetic, which was influenced by Bondaiko. We'd like to play an Obon song for you. You would hear this type of music at the Obon Festival, which honors the spirits of our ancestors. You usually have the musicians on a yagura, which is a platform anywhere between 12 to 18 feet off the ground, and the dancers dance in a circle around the yagura. The song we'll be playing is called Hokkai Bon Uta, which means Obon Song from Hokkaido. It's a celebration song with some very poetic lyrics. One of the verses goes, Kita wa 17 tsubomi no koro ni, ima wa 21 hanazakari. When the person arrived at age 17, they were just a bud, but now at 21, the flowers are in full bloom. You'll also hear the background vocals sing, En ya koraya, ha dokkoi jan jan koraya. This isn't something you would hear in a typical Japanese conversation, and it's thought to come from a coal miner's work chant, kind of something you would say when you're carrying heavy objects. I suppose a translation would be something along the lines of here we go now. You'll also hear ha doshita doshita, which means roughly what's going on, and sore kara doshita, which means what else is going on, or tell me more, or in a more nuanced way, keep the music coming. That's a little bit about Hokkai Bonuta. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoy. Another piece that's influenced by Bondaiko is Jack Bazaar by my friend and colleague, Mr. Chris Bergstrom. An earlier version of this piece was a duet between Chris and Masato Baba that started off with the Bondaiko patterns, but would evolve into some pretty advanced and crazy choreography. In the ensemble version that I'll be showing you, played by Unit 1, I can still hear some of the allusions to Bondaiko, but at this point I would call it a separate work, like a work of its own, as opposed to a derivative work. In any case, it's a really cool piece, and I hope you enjoy it.
Hey, thank you so much. That was an awesome first taiko set. I would like to invite our panelists for our first panel to come and join me now. So I want to give a little bit of introduction to this panel. This first panel we're calling Art as Activism in North American Taiko. And for a little bit of a background, Kumi Daiko, that kind of ensemble drumming that we just watched, often just called taiko, is a form of ensemble drumming that originated in Japan in the 1950s, drawing influence from both traditional festivals and Western jazz drumming. Taiko became popular in the United States in the late 60s and 70s, largely as an activity in Buddhist temples and community groups, made widely accessible through the innovation of the wine barrel drum in Los Angeles. Today, taiko has become a global phenomenon with community groups all over the world, connected by transnational markets for performance, instruction, and instruments. Despite taiko's internationality, the history of taiko in the United States occupies specific and local spaces in the formulation of Asian American identity and ethnic placemaking. And we are very lucky today to be joined by some pioneers of North American taiko, as well as international performers and taiko activists today. I would like to introduce to everybody Roy and PJ Hirabayashi. They were named National Heritage Fellows in 2001. Roy is a founding member of San Jose Taiko. PJ has been with San Jose Taiko since their early days too. They have both former directors of San Jose Taiko. Michelle Fuji is joining us. She is a fellow at the Asian Pacific American Women's Leadership Institute and a co-director of Unit Sozo. And Tiffany Tamarabuchi, who you see perform earlier, is an international taiko performer and educator, founder of Sacramento Taiko-Dan and Jill Daiko International Women's Ensemble. And I'm really looking forward to having this conversation. I want to just give our panelists a chance to say hi and introduce themselves before we get into it. Maybe we'll go in that order. Roy, could you give us a hello?
Hello, again, this is Roy Hirabayashi from San Jose. Glad to be here.
Thanks, Roy. And PJ? Oh,
Here
is
I
PJ
am.
here? Sorry.
I'm PJ Hirabayashi, and now with Taiko Peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle?
Hello, all. I reside in Portland, Oregon. Really excited about today's conversation, and of course, co-lead Unit Sozo.
Thank you. And Tiffany? Oh,
Hello,
is Tiffany here?
I'm from Sacramento, California today, and very honored and pleased to be a part of this panel. And anything else? No, also the founder and leader of the Kasuga Onigumi of North America, traditional festival group, and that's the other thing I'm doing. Cool. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, thank you all. So many things you're all doing, and that we're very happy to be with you today. So we got a lot to cover, so I want to kind of get into some of our questions today. And I think I want to kind of aim this first question maybe at Roy and PJ. The question we have is, the term Asian American was coined in 1968 at UC Berkeley as part of an effort to develop a political consciousness and solidarity among Americans of Asian descent, including Filipino, Chinese, Japanese populations living with long histories in the United States. This is interesting to me. This is the same year credited as the origin of Kumi Daiko in the United States via Seiichi Tanaka and the San Francisco Taiko Dojo, as well as soon or contemporaneously Kinara Taiko at Senshin Buddhist Temple in Los Angeles. I wanted to ask you, as founders of North American Taiko, to what extent were you seeking to explore or create Asian American community during the early years of San Jose Taiko? And did you see Taiko as part of a broader Asian American movement? And I know that Roy actually has some slides. Is this be a good time for that, Roy?
Yes, let me just I'll jump into a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
If I could signal to start that'd be great. But yes, thank you very much. I guess for us, the social justice movement that was going on around us, it really inspired us a lot to really kind of frame what we wanted to be doing and how it led to our involvement with Taiko. So basically, I'm showing some slides. I'll go by real quickly here, but just to give you a historical perspective of sort of the immigration of Japanese, what kind of influenced me. My grandparents came here from Hiroshima. My parents were interned in the internment camp in Topaz, Utah. My grandparents were living in Hiroshima when the atomic bomb was dropped. And so I never actually met my mother's parents. And I grew up in the civil rights era because I was born in 1951. So all of these pictures you see are things I remember seeing and hearing and being involved with around the Bay Area, especially the anti-war movement, the free speech movement, what was happening with civil rights and justice and the Black Lives movement at that time, and the third world strike that was happening at San Francisco State and UC Berkeley, and things that are going around the country as far as different things around social justice. For me, it was really getting into working in the community, Japantown, and that led me to start Taiko at San Jose, Japantown at the San Jose Betsuing. And from there, it really kind of launched what I wanted to be doing, not only a creative inspiration for me, but also using the taiko to help bring people together. So empowering people, just creating different opportunities and how the youth especially could be involved in the community in different ways. And so, and sorry, that's the end of the slide, so you could cut that out now. So what was really kind of important, though, is really how we could use the taiko sort of as a community organizing tool, basically. But it was framed around, learning more about our culture and heritage, because that was the time of really trying to identify ourselves a little bit clearer. And as was mentioned, the term Asian American was really kind of coined around 1968, coming out of UC Berkeley. And so we were really involved in all of that. Asian American Studies at San Jose State, doing community work in San Jose Japantown. There was other activities going on in the other Japantowns in the Bay Area and also Los Angeles. And so that really kind of framed how we wanted to do different things, not only I guess within the social justice realm, but also within the cultural heritage realm. And for me, taiko became, I guess, what I felt was the Japanese American voice, the musical voice. And when I really found that was that could happen, it really kind of took off from there as far as trying to be on the creative side of what taiko could be and how it also could still be used as a very active unit piece to organize and bring the community together in different ways. And I feel in that sense, it really has tried to create that kind of pride within the Japanese American communities, especially among not only just the youth, but just all levels within our community. And just especially for us is to identify with San Jose Japantown and to help preserve the cultural and historical preservation of Japantown. I'll let PJ add on to that right now.
I'll say ditto. No. Roy's coming of age and getting involved is quite different than mine. However, I want to say that just kind of fast forward, we were really informed by the social movements of that time. And in fact, the community organizing of which came out of my involvement with Asian American Studies at Berkeley, UC Berkeley, about that same time, was about community organizing, and also for the first time hearing about our stories. Even though there weren't all that many books written at that time, we actually had, individuals coming to speak to our classes that carried a lot of that historical information. And I think that's where I became a lot more focused on how I wanted to be in the world, and with these core values of community organizing, which is about empowerment of community, empowerment of people. And basically at that time, we didn't say resistance. We were just needing to express ourselves and putting ourselves into being of service. And so when we came into my joining San Jose Taiko in the very early years, it was very much important that we were not going to have a sensei. We don't have a leader to take us forward. How are we going to define this art form when we don't have real drums from Japan? We've created these drums, inspired by Kinara Taiko in Los Angeles. So we realized that this was a new voice emerging. It was inspired by Japanese Taiko, but we didn't have a sensei, and we had to think about how are we going to organize. And this is very much taking into thought we're going to be a flat movement, a flat organization. Everybody come together. And so from the very get-go, we were creating a alternative way of operating, and it was not a top-down. It was kind of flat. So in that way, in working and developing San Jose Taiko, this was the consciousness going into not really creating an old system, but how do we create a system that works for us and that also is empowering each individual and also making us artists at the same time, you know? So the creating was really great.
Oh, that is, that is so cool to hear that the origin of Taiko for what you were doing in San Jose was born out of kind of community activism, thinking about it as not top down and reaching out to people in the community. So did you think about, or who were you trying to like reach at that time? Were you trying to a sense of like what was Japantown in San Jose?
I think there's multi-levels that Roy will also jump in it, but because of the excitement and the exuberance and the visceral connection, just Taiko, it was originally just getting the people together to have that opportunity to be expression. I mean, it's through expression. It's the first time we could be loud. It's the first time we could be heard. It's the first time to be creative, but not, the traditional art forms that I didn't identify with. I couldn't be, graceful and be in classical dancing or whatever, but it's the first opportunity for all of us to find a new expression for ourselves in those years. So it was those people.
That is so awesome to hear. I think this is a good chance too. I wanted to also now turn maybe a bit to Tiffany and Michelle, who they both have studied and performed Taiko in Japan and the United States. I think people who joined North American Taiko in your wake, and I was wanted to ask Tiffany and Michelle kind of about your personal experiences. Like, through what avenues did you begin to study and like get interested in Taiko? And then also maybe if you could tell us a little bit about how has learning and performing in Japan as well as the United States, how have they differed, or how has it shaped how you think about North American Taiko as an art form? Okay, sorry, we had a little thing with a connection, but I'll turn that over to Michelle.
Sure. I think when asking this question and also recognizing this space, I think first and foremost, I want to talk about my foundation of how I started Taiko. And I see the two people who were very foundational in my development as I grew up in San Jose, California, and then was confused at really, identifying time in my life. I found San Jose Taiko, and it became a place of identity, a place in which I could, the drum spoke to me in a way that I continue to delve into that commitment. So San Jose Taiko really rooted me in a way to do the work that I do now. When I hear the histories that Roy and PJ brought forward about this community organization and service and all these awareness, even though maybe at that time when I was younger, I might not have been able to even understand, to articulate, but it became a really important place for me. And I realized, is my volume okay? Just wanted to.
Sorry, I think it was me. I think it's fine. Yeah, thank you.
I realized how much my journey has always had reference. And then you speak of Japan because that was also a really pivotal decision in my life. I think I was still really confused and I needed to really do some deep searching of my own identity. And now that I look back at my time in Japan, I think I see that as a place in which I was trying to really be in search of belonging. I know that this idea of home has haunted me for a really, really long time, of being Japanese American, but always constantly here in the United States, you know, since a young child, always being asked that quintessential question, where are you from? You know, where are you really from? And I went through many rebellious decades and different kinds of ways of answering that question in everyday occurrences, like at the grocery store, or like when people are starting to meet me. And I realized Japan was definitely my deep search to try to answer that question. And what I want to say is that my journey to Japan was illuminating and also confusing. It wasn't the full answer, because going to Japan didn't actually acknowledge my full self and history as a fourth generation Japanese American. And so, as much as my experience in Japan continued to root me more with reference that I continue to really be grateful for, but I also realized coming back to the United States was really important to me as well. So, why I decided not to sort of like reside in Japan after going there was a very intentional decision, because I realized that I needed to continue my search of including all of my experiences. So I say that about, I will say I'm often asked about, is Japan the answer? And I will say it is. There's no yes or there's no binary answer to that question. It didn't make me more credible. It just allowed me to have more research.
Thank you. That's a very holistic answer. That's very powerful. Tiffany, do you want to also speak to this question?
Sure. I would like to start by saying that I also want to talk a little bit about how I started. I started as a bone dance drummer for the local Nino folk music festival group here in Sacramento. And I grew up watching San Jose Taiko and grew up watching San Francisco Taiko Dojo come to the Sacramento Buddhist Church Bazaar. And so I grew up with Taiko as a thing that existed, that I didn't necessarily have to fight for it in the same way or create it in the same way that they did as pioneers. But then there was no Taiko group in Sacramento. And so very much wanted there to be one, because I couldn't get that far as a young kid down to the Bay Area. And so that's sort of my origin. But I had an epiphany the other day in considering the fact that I'm not of completely Japanese descent, that I grew up, my parents were married shortly after the anti-miscegenation laws in California were struck off the books, and that I had grown up within the Asian American community here, especially the Japanese community, as somewhat of an outsider, even though my mom loved traditional Japanese culture and my grandmother certainly loved it, that I and my family were a bit, not outcast, but very often spoken against or spoken in hushed tones. And part of my desire to become a taiko drummer and part of my embracing of the culture was to fit in here, to be accepted. And in going to Japan, same as Michelle, is that the answer to the question, I'm not Japanese either, but got to play the Japanese American card while I was there and say, oh, I'm Japanese American, I'm not Japanese, but I love taiko. And where it's changed a bit now, but in Japan it used to be that if you went and you started with a group, you could only study with one group. And I was able to go in as an American and say, oh, this is what this group showed me. What do you guys do? Bounce around from group to group. And again, I was looking for a sense of identity and a sense of culture, and certainly embraced it, and a sense of the artistry of taiko, which is so, thousands of years of tradition, even though the art form is very new in Japan as well, to be able to see the depth and breadth and the richness of it there as compared to what we have been able to create here, which is equally valid and wonderful, but maybe without the depth. And in terms of being very fortunate to study with some of the groups like Onde Koza, for example, which I know Roy and PJ also did a lot of work with in the early days as they were becoming more popular, and as things happened and they split off and became Kodo and groups went their separate ways. But to be a part of that group, and this is, I'm getting there, to be a part of that group and the social activism that they had been engaged with in Japan in terms of finding their own sense of cultural identity in post-World War II Japan. And to see how taiko was used to bring communities together and to give people a sense of identity and voice in a pretty organic way, even in Japan, led me to be, I think, a better organizer, a better community organizer, and a better artist and performer here in North America. In terms of continuing the work that people like Roy and PJ and all of the other groups that had started before me, I also came up in high school in sort of that second or early wave of anti-Japanese sentiment that came with the auto industry issues in the mid-1980s. And right on up to 9/11, have been using taiko to sort of bring people together. And the great thing about it is that it's not the traditional Japanese arts. It's very approachable and very organic and very powerful and very loud. And with it as a tool, I think I and certainly my fellow artists have been able to bring a human face to our culture and hopefully bring people together a little bit. So
Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you, all your panelists. Very diverse experiences, but all ones that have, center, belonging and identity. And I think I just, going off what Tiffany said, I also wanted to ask you, because I think you are recognized as a creator of something new in North America. I think when you were a student at Sacramento State, can I ask you about when you started Jodaiko? Was that at the first time you guys got together and played? Was that at the Take Back the Night, like the march and the rally? And how you brought, can you tell us, maybe a bit about how you brought taiko into that space? And also, because I think one thing about North American taiko is its broader inclusivity, particularly of women performers. And that's something that maybe, or I'll let you maybe tell me about that story.
Well, as I was starting to learn taiko and still study with San Francisco and try and strike out on my own here in terms of creating a group, I was at CSUS at Sac State and had taken some women's studies courses and was engaged with one of in discussions with one of the professors in that department, and they're like, hey, we're doing Take Back the Night and Women's History Month, and this drumming thing that you do, could you bring it in and share your culture and talk with people about your story, because it's really amazing what you're doing. And at the time, I was still going down to San Francisco about once a week to learn to play with the intention of starting a group in Sacramento, and invited some of my senpai, my fellow students senior to me, to come drum with me. And at the time, although Taiko Dojo has always been open to women, I don't want to give the impression that it hasn't been, we felt that there was a bit of a tiny glass ceiling in terms of the types of positions we could play within the group, where there were consistently things that we weren't necessarily chosen for on stage, even though we all practiced them together. And one of the reasons I had gotten together with this small group of women was we wanted to practice those parts that we weren't necessarily allowed to perform with the main group. And we wanted an opportunity to explore, in many cases, some of the more powerful styles of drumming. And we were able to bring that to the Sacramento Take Back the Night March and Rally. And it became a really powerful expression, again, given the context of Take Back the Night and standing against violence against women. And as a survivor myself, being able to step up and say, here's this really physical, powerful thing. Here's this really loud thing. Here's, without it being violent, without it being really heavy and emotional, I can get up and unite this group of people at this rally in a joyous, powerful way. And it became one of the foundational aspects of Jodaiko, where we don't exist as a group per se. We are, most of us now, leaders of other groups, and we come together to practice and perform, to celebrate our power, to again work on traditional styles that are not necessarily played by our groups or not necessarily encouraged. It's not as much of a thing anymore where there's not as many restrictions on what we can do or what people expect that we should or shouldn't do. But it is an opportunity for us to show our strength as women and show our spirit as taiko players, and do it in a way that helps other women, especially. And I come from a gender binary world when I grew up, so pardon me if I frame it in a way that isn't as contemporary. But as I was growing up, I grew up in the age of Title IX, where you had to make laws to allow girls to participate in sports. And when I first started playing taiko, when I first approached the Minyo group to play taiko, they would tell me, no, you can't do that. That's what men do. You're a girl. Men don't do that. And so to a certain extent, it was transgressive in a way for me to continue to ask to be able to play. And it became a really foundational part of why I wanted people to accept me as a person, not as a gender representation, but as somebody with the passion and the desire to do this wonderful thing. And a lot of the artwork, a lot of the organizing that I've done has been about making a space for women and making a space for young girls to play and bringing women together in order to find their voice, and in some cases to address things like violence against women and other hot button sort of issues.
Yeah.
No,
Thank you very much, Tiffany, for that. I think one thing that like a lot of us find like why we love the taiko community so much is it is a place of this like radical self-expression, that this openness and belonging as part of like being part of the taiko community. I think this is a good time too. I'm just kind of looking at our time too. I want to actually ask Michelle about a project that she was part of this past summer. In fact, all of our panelists here today were part of this reimagining workshop series that Michelle hosted over the summer in the wake of the national protest against police violence and disregard for Black lives. Michelle organized a workshop series. It was called Reimagining as a Taiko Community: Awareness, Activism, and Anti-Racism. This was an incredible project. You had over like 20 taiko leaders from the community who all hosted over the course of 3 weeks, kind of these discussion sections on different topics and stuff. I think I would like to ask Michelle if you could tell us a little bit about this project that you just did this past summer.
Thank you. Yeah, and this particular project was in the wake of the George Floyd murder and sort of our reckoning on race and in our country and I'll say of the country because of the United States, since there may be some that are not based here watching and viewing. And this particular project or practice, as we often said, was co-organized by myself and Karen. It came from a lot of conversations that we had already had, which I want to say that my collaboration with Karen started with the Women in Taiko movement. Which also connects to some of the foundation work that Tiffany was speaking of, because in 2017, this Women in Taiko movement as a name started preceding my participation, and the idea of making visible some of the contributions that we know even within our own taiko community has presented some historical invisibility. And so the work that I've done in collaboration with Karen is about this idea of not only just women in taiko, but unheard stories. And also thinking about our community, our health, our and also a provocation. And reimagining as a taiko community, or reimagine taiko as I do as a shortened title because it's super long, was based upon a quote that I had just stumbled upon during that summer, which was in a book. I look up because it's right here, Radical Dharma. And this particular book, within here, there was this quote by Bruce Lee that said, "Under duress, we do not rise to our expectations, but fall to our level of training." And that really encapsulated a lot of the things that we have narratives of the hero story and the fallacy that we're going to rise to this occasion. We say these sorts of things and realize that it's not about rising all of a sudden to these places that we haven't been, but actually based upon our training. And what if we were to build our training and discipline, which we already know how to do in taiko, into a practice to think about anti-racism awareness and activism, to recognize the histories that have existed before, and also the hope that we're going to be continuing this work into the future. I do want to say, though, this work has been dear to me even previous with Unit Solzol. I was in and was going to debut a project called Constant State of Otherness. And as I went around in the past 3 years of doing research in 5 different cities, we recognized that race was one of the biggest way in which othering was happening, the stories that we were hearing. And so a lot of this particular practice was steeped in that particular work of recognizing that we as a country really need to reckon with race. And that I'm so grateful that 23 facilitators, of course, Roy, PJ, and Tiffany, we all jumped on board because there's a place in which we've already been doing a lot of this work. And we're able to have just opportunities of connection with over 200 people that came and convened.
Yeah, thank you. Some of our team members were also part of that, and it's such incredible leadership from Unit Sozo, and that whole workshop series was so wonderful. Did you have some slides that you wanted to share?
Thank you so much for remembering that. I just want to say, and I do wonder and hope that Tiffany and Roy and PJ might be able to share their experience, but there was a website that was created to sort of be a repository of this, and it's korekaraproject.org. And here, actually, if you weren't able to be a part of this, then you can come to this website. There's stories, which is actually blogs of people who participated. There's some shared resources in which some of, like, for instance, you can see here, Group 1 Taiko piece, PJ led with Iris Shiraishi, and Roy led this group number 2. So they actually shared their resources here, as well as, and this is what I'm particularly want to just illuminate, is that we did a series of video diaries, which were activism interviews with 9 leaders. You can see their pictures, as well as we just put out our plenary sessions, which were sort of springboards for this content. So, yeah.
Wow. Lots of amazing resources. I hope our viewers will take a look at that. And maybe we could get a little sneak preview, though. Do you mind if I ask our other panelists a little bit about what you talked about in your workshop series? Could I maybe pass it to Roy?
Sure. Well, thank you to Michelle and Karen Young for really putting that together. It was a lot of work for them, I know. But I had the opportunity actually to partner with a really wonderful person, Sydney Shiroyama, and the two of us actually put together a session called Centering Taiko Values Against the Influence of White Supremacy. And we really wanted to kind of look and dig into that idea and what it meant within the context of taiko. And it was really a great opportunity at that time. This was like we were planning this, I guess, in May and June and July is when it happened. So it was right at the beginning of all the activities that was going on within the Black Lives Matter scene here in America. So it was a great opportunity for us to kind of look at that within the context of how that really fits in with Taiko and how Taiko has been really affected by white supremacy, and what can we do? What are some of the things we could think about to address that within our groups, within how we even individually act, and what that all that means. It could lead to cultural appropriation or different things, and so it's really important that we're all thinking about this and thinking about in context of how Taiko is being affected by this, or how we are impacting the community in a sense by our own work within that context. So it's something that's really important for us right now.
Thanks so much for sharing that, Roy. I was in Tiffany's group. Tiffany, do you want to talk a little bit about the series you ran?
Sure. It was important to me, having talked to many, many people who felt helpless and powerless in the face of what was going on, to be able to address it not only as somebody who also felt fear going down the street and who had experienced a few personal attacks couched in racism, that I speak to not only that experience and to try and provide a way for people to process that and find a sense of grounding and a sense of power so that they can continue to do what they needed to do in their lives, but also to engage at the level of artistry, because it was open to a larger community, but for the taiko players among the participants to be able to take that fear and that emotionality and to be able to transmute it through our artistry is one of the great things about taiko. We can actually bring it into how we move, how we play, how we express the pieces we create. And it was important, I thought, to sort of bring those of us who had that desire together in a way that allowed us to really dive into where our fears were and where our passions were, and how we could use those to be more grounded as people, to be more grounded in our own power, and to actually continue the work we needed to do and embrace the challenges that it was bringing to our lives in a way that we could then turn around and express, turn around and find groundedness, turn around and find a way to share our own joy and hope with others so that we could all move forward together through it. And I really want to thank Michelle and Karen Young for creating such an amazing project, and I'm very honored to be included with such an amazing cohort of people working to change things and make life better.
Thank you, Tiffany. PJ, would you like to tell us about the panel that you did?
Sure. Michelle called Roy and me as she was thinking about all this. And we're going, you got to be kidding. Well, not only that, it was like, when do you want to start this? In about a week and a half. What? Are you kidding? But it was so wonderful because I think everybody was at a state of reaction or immobility of everything that was surrounding us. And where do we sit with, how do we feel about this? What are we going to do? And that's the panic that I felt in the overall community as well. And another taiko piece, I'll say cohort, Iris Shiraishi, who is in Minneapolis, said, PJ, you have to do taiko piece. This is what we need, And I'm going, well, I believe that too. I believe that too. And I want this to be co-created together. So let's work together, because it was Iris who lives in the Twin Cities that she said, yeah, George Floyd happened. It happened right in our neighborhood. And I don't know what to do. So it was kind of like this coming together of like, what can we do to do something to figure out how to bring it all together. And so she said, well, let's do taiko piece. I know that you have tools and the way that you look at being a holistic performer of taiko. It's like, how do we go into self, and how do we connect and see how we connect even within our taiko groups to others and each other. And that's how I got involved and found that was just another way to contribute.
PJ, can I follow up, and can I ask you a little bit more about Taiko Peace? So I know you just launched a website. Congratulations for that. But I believe Taiko Peace is a project you've been doing since 2008. Is that right?
Yes. As Roy and I were getting ready to transition for succession out of San Jose Taiko, our leadership, we actually transitioned out in 2011, but there were several years before, like preparing the group and preparing ourselves, so like what we're going to do. And one of the things that I really thought about, like, well, what am I going to do? Oh my God, do I have to find a new thing to do other than taiko? So actually it's like, oh no, I'm going to do Taiko Peace. And the succession planner who said, oh, what is that? I said, I don't know, it just came out of my mouth. It's just a direction that I feel that San Jose Taiko core values are peace culture values, and that we need to use these values to help empower ourselves and each other, and finding a new way of creating the world we want to live in. So what I wanted to do is unleash creativity, spark new connection, and heal the human spirit through the dynamic energy of taiko. That's what Taiko Peace was meant to be for me. It was kind of like this single initiative. But now, because of what's happened this whole year, it's like, no, it's not a single initiative. It should be a movement. and along with the reimagining, it made me reimagine. No, it has to have presence. So there's the beginning of the Taiko Peace.love website that kind of like, these are ways to activate, how we see ourselves and in connection with each other. So there's a lot to be had about that, but I'd like to, kind of open that for everybody else to speak.
Thanks so much for sharing that. Yeah, I think this is a good time. I think audience, I hope you've had a lot of questions. This is a good time. We're just about to transition into some audience questions here. I just maybe summarize a little bit of this conversation. And I know we could have had so much more to say. I do appreciate you all being here today with us, though. So this is our attempt as student taiko players to engage in a bit more of what's going on in North American taiko. I think for students, sometimes, it's just another thing you could do on campus, right? You pick up a drum, you can dance, you can do all kinds of stuff. But I think there's just so much more to this story. Then that's part of what we've been trying to bring to our viewers, our community here in Davis. So I just want to say, everyone at home, this is just a taste of all the kinds of stuff that is happening in the taiko community from its origins in North America, from kind of rethinking Asian American identity, being part of Asian communities, kind of centering and grounding ourselves and making community and space to express ourselves, to come find community together, to support our communities, from questions about our identities and like, what is it like growing up Japanese American or biracial in the United States, against systems of white supremacy that exist, against prejudice and stuff, and how some of us have used taiko to explore our own identities and ourselves as well as the ways that all of our panels today and many others are grounding themselves using Michelle was saying the tools we do have to enact change in the spaces we are in, as well as to these initiatives like PJ was talking about, these core values of why we play taiko can reach much beyond just the drums themselves. So I want to let's see. I'm getting some questions in. I wanted to ask really a quick round question. So part of this event today is really sponsored by a bunch of Asian American student organizations. They'll be coming on later and giving some solidarity statements. It was born out of, I think, some AAPI organizations at UC Davis wanted to show solidarity for Black Lives Matter, to organize a little bit better. Do you have advice for students today, Roy and PJ, you were students in the Asian American movement, right? At that time, can you give us student organizers some guidance in today's in time? How about Roy?
Sure. I guess, looking back on what we were doing in the early 70s and the late 60s, and also, out of that time came a lot of the community organizations that exist here now in our Japantowns, really. A lot of the service organizations, like here in San Jose, UICAI, the Senior Services Asian Law Alliance, in San Francisco, the Japanese Community Youth Council, Kimochi, and those kind of groups all started in the early 70s, late 60s. But I think for us, when looking back at that, people wonder, how did you do that? You were just students, very young. And I guess at that time we were fearless in a way, or maybe ignorant, part of it. But it was really, we didn't think about the obstacles for us. We just wanted to do something. So my advice is you really need to think about doing something and just do it. And so don't get too hung up on what you may feel as the obstacles or the problems of what it is. I know the economy is different what it was 50 years ago to what it is now, but we didn't think about money. We just wanted to do service. So we just figured out the best way to do it within our realms of or means that we could at the time. And so I feel activism should not be held up by short-sightedness of how limitations of what you think you cannot do. Just try to go out and do stuff and bring people along with you. You can't do it by yourself. That's one thing.
Mm-hmm. We're getting some other questions, and just for time, I don't want to cut out other speakers, but I would want to get some of our audience questions. So here's one that comes to us from an anonymous attendee that says that then we've had a lot of discussion about how taiko can be used to root one's own identity and help root the identities of others who may be similar in context to you. But when it comes to contributing to others' empowerment when they aren't the same context or background as you, how can we bring taiko to those spaces to empower and lend support? Or should we even do so and take up that space since it simply might not be relevant? Do any of our panelists have thoughts on that?
If you don't mind, I'll just jump in first, but I think everyone probably has something to say. But I guess initially for us, starting San Jose Taiko, it was really trying to create equity and empowering people in order to really think about themselves within their own cultural heritage background. And so, although a lot of us initially for San Jose Taiko were Japanese American, we had many people of different other, specifically Asian ethnic groups involved with the group. And so it was really kind of bringing together that solidarity of people working together within that context. And so, and also, I guess here in North America, taiko really started, we were the third group to start in San Jose, but taiko in America really started with a lot of women involved. And so with that, just creating that sense of equity and empowerment of people being able to do things that normally was not viewed proper at the time. And again, I'm talking about almost 50 years ago with their perceptions of what people should be doing. Is really kind of what has helped move things forward in that way. And I'll let other folks add on to that.
Anyone want to jump on?
I'd like to say, certainly there is a cultural context in which we practice this art form, both as Japanese Americans but also just as modern human beings playing drums. And it's not necessarily tied to being Japanese. It's not necessarily tied to our identity. And the great thing about this art form is it is I think in its best practice, bringing out individual spirit and bringing out individual strength and character and connecting human beings. So in terms of taking it into other venues and introducing it, as individual artists or as taiko players, we bring the best of what we have. We bring our strength, we bring our understanding to whatever group or whatever context that we walk into. And in sharing what we have with others, it is helpful as much as it can be helpful to those who have something to gain from it, who find inspiration from the sound, who find inspiration from the practice, who find inspiration from the artistry, whatever. You don't have to have the same context or the same background to appreciate what this art form has to offer, or even who what we have to offer as artists. And so I think, identity certainly plays into it, culture plays into it, but fundamentally it's about being human and coming together. So it's applicable to almost any context I can think of. That's my 2 cents.
Can I add just a little bit? When I read this question, there's a place in me that feels like it's an and both versus an either or. I feel like in these sorts of worlds, there's so many different, and I know that I will say this, an and both world sometimes can feel very overwhelming, which means that there's a lot of things that can simultaneously happen. So I can respect the history while also being myself. And I know that it's a very simplified version to talk about a very deep process. But I do believe that both can exist in the sense of really individually delving deep and also making sure that we continue to just recognize that there have been pasts before us. Right now, I'm actually part of a book club that's been sort of like a little sort of like departure from Reimagine Taiko. And it's something that I'm excited that is hopefully going to build traction that might open up beyond sort of the Reimagine Taiko participants. We just got through one book, so it's not like we've done a ton of reading, but we're on our second reading. And I say this just because it's very present still in my experience, is right now we are reading Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer, which is about Indigenous wisdom and also its understanding and journey, personal journey, and of her becoming kind of a botanist scientist, how that took her away and also brought her back. And so there's this journey that I hope everyone recognizes. So even though I'm not, for instance, of indigeneity of this particular land, for me to learn of that history is just as important, and for me to contribute to that as a bearer of that knowledge is just as important. So I think about that in Taiko as well. I think about that within any sort of thing that I'm studying, that I actually can have that considerate knowledge and carry that respect as I also navigate my own way.
Thank you. PJ, don't want to leave you out of this. Yeah.
Okay, I will kind of use one of my Taiko piece tools, and that's Ajanika. It's the dance that I feel that that's inclusive. It really has everybody join into the circle, a circle, how we connect together. How do we actually step out of the head and get our bodies involved and really connect to each other in a visceral, open way? And and that also offers sharing of stories. I mean, this is an immigrant story of like what I initially wrote, but I also take Ajanika out into schools and other places in which, in workshops where people create their own dance, and tell their story as they've created in complementary ways with Ajanika. And everybody's up and dancing and connecting that way. So it's being creative, being communicative, and also having fun and joy, and but also being who you are.
Thank you, panelists. We have just a couple minutes left here, and I do want to get to another question. I know we're just slightly behind everyone at home, but I want to get our panelists one more question here. We have from Stan Shikumer asked, how has COVID-19 changed how or even what we can reach and impact in our communities? Seems like we won't be able to practice together, perform in person for an audience for another year. So I think maybe we can do a quick round of this one. Any thoughts from our panelists? I think Tiffany. Oh, go ahead.
Tiffany, you want to go? Go ahead, Tiffany.
Just all of my work has been canceled through the end of this year, and looking at things spiking again. we're practicing, our group is practicing outdoors together and trying to do it in a socially distanced, safe way as possible. I don't, we certainly are facing a lot of challenges because I don't see a way for us to come together or gather people together in terms of being able to watch a performance or being able to dance for Obon. I think the challenge is tremendous, and I'm hoping that we can hold ourselves together through this, and with the idea that most pandemics historically went 3 to 5 years, but we came out of them. And so as long as we can hold on and keep the faith and continue to practice and continue to share what we can as we can online and get together in the ways that are safe, hopefully we can keep the fire burning. Right.
So I'll add on to that a little bit. I feel the pandemic has really kind of affected not just taiko, but the arts in general. And so the whole arts world has really changed and shifted on how we are able to present and do work and continue. And so the impact, I think, is going to be really long-term, like Tiffany's kind of alluding to. It's not something that even just next year, I think we could just say, oh, okay, we could turn things back on and start again, because there's going to be a lot of rebuilding, unfortunately. But I feel, I guess what I feel as far as the positive side is that cultural arts from communities, especially specific cultural communities, ethnic communities, really survive and go past a lot of these different hardships, because that's how things has really kind of continued on. So I do feel that taiko within the community will be one of those elements, will come back together and become stronger in a sense, because it's been able to unify. And one thing that's important for me is the concept that taiko here in North America really is around the term of kumidaiko, and that's being, playing as an ensemble. And so within that context of people coming together to play together as a group really is a unifying factor that will bring taiko back even stronger, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
I'll quickly add that my focus from these, gosh, how many months, this whole year, has had me really look at, what am I really looking at here? And it's compassion and empathy that I feel that we really need to elevate, and how to put it into practice in what we all do. And that's what I've been focusing on. So I've been also doing that within Taiko Peace, and also another group that I've helped create called Creatives for Compassionate Communities. And within Taiko Peace, because of Reimagine and our class, our group, I wanted that just not to be a one-time thing. I stopped in and I said, I want to have you guys think of yourself as a beehive, capital B, capital E, hive. Bees are so busy and buzzy, but they do things and provide for the goodness, with their goodness. And the beehive means build empathy. So using that as kind of like anybody who wants to get and work together into a beehive, you are consciously building empathy as you're also working on a project.
And Michelle?
Yeah, I just, for me, as the months have continued, and of course, sort of the pre-decided work or work that I had already anticipated is shifting. And honestly, I'm at a place right now where we have been shook up. And so what are we shaking? It's a really wonderful opportunity. And I'm looking at the plenty versus the scarcity. Some of the things that this is shaking up is how to work with new limitations. And I always think that art is creating with our limitations, but creating something incredibly beautiful. And there's a lot of beautiful things that are starting to happen. I'm connected to people that are beyond boundaries. We've been so geographically defined, and now I'm working with people even beyond that. Actually, I'm in interaction with people more that are farther away from me than even next door to me. And I think about that, these new opportunities that are being shaken up. It's a good time for us to wake ourselves up a little bit, look around ourselves, and try to potentially make some big changes when we can emerge again.
Well, thank you so much, panelists. And and speaking of these new opportunities, we are just so lucky to have been able to talk to panelists from Portland, Sacramento, San Jose are all here today with us now. What a pleasure and honor it's been to have this conversation with you, panelists. Thank you so much again, everyone. This is Roy Hirabayashi, PJ Hirabayashi, Tiffany Tamaramuchi, Michelle Fuji. Thank you, panelists. If they want to stick around in the chats and stuff, maybe you can answer some questions. I do want to remind all our audience at home that we do have our team members are live on the chats on YouTube, on the Zoom, as well as they have a Discord party going on where they're having some voice chats and stuff going on. I also, speaking of supporting artists, I do want to take a time now to thank our sponsors for this event today, the City of Davis Arts and Cultural Affairs Program, Jan Shrem and Maria Manetti Shrem Museum of Art, where we are broadcasting live from now, UC Davis Global Affairs and the Davis Food Co-op have all sponsored this event and made it so that we could bring some more artists to you today. And speaking of, next up on our set list, we have two of our good friends, Davis local bands, Cat Grooves and Yuppie Liberation Front. So we're going to cue away to that. Thanks again to our panelists, everyone. Please, we're so honored to have you here. Bye.
Hi, I'm Vince with the Davis Food Co-op, and I just want to express how excited and happy we are to be able to sponsor and support this wonderful event, as well as the artists and the speakers that are taking part in this event today. As a community store, we truly are owned and operated by the people of Davis, and we know that diversity is what makes this community as strong as it is. We were started in 1972 by a group of counterculture activists that really wanted to reimagine what the food system could look like in the city of Davis. They wanted to make fresh, organic, local food accessible to everybody. And when we think about that in 2020, we know that to make food accessible to everybody in the community, we really need to put more of an effort into diversity, equity, and inclusion. We want to be able to support both organizations and events like this that are helping to enrich and support all aspects of our community. So with that said, we hope that you're enjoying the festival so far. You got some great art coming your way, and we really look forward to seeing you at the co-op sometime soon. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of this, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Greetings, viewership. We are Yuppie Liberation Front from Solano County in the Bay Area. This is a song about tax dodgers. It's called Preacher Money. They don't pay any tax money. They sure do like to lobby. They don't pay any tax money. If you look real close in the night sky, you'll see them in their jet planes. They don't pay any tax money. It's not a Twilight Zone episode. They just don't pay any taxes. They don't pay any tax money. They don't pay any tax money. Some of them get to become president. They don't pay any tax money. Better check those receipts. They don't pay any tax money. But I pay my taxes, he does too. They don't pay any tax money. Tax money, and it's kind of funny, isn't it? They don't pay any tax money. Who'll fix the roads? They don't pay any tax money. Or public health, all that good stuff. They don't pay any tax money.
When my memory serves me, I don't have the time, I don't have the time. If my memory serves me, I don't have the time, I don't have the time. Woke, nope, still sleeping. You make excuses for the power. Woke, nope, still sleeping. You make excuses for the power. They watch from a tower as we do their bidding willingly, and we do it for free. We cry out, no answer, and we see what it is that we believe. They watch from a tower as we do their bidding willingly, and we do it for free. We cry out, no answer, again and again, yearning to be free.
This is a song about climate change. It's called The Uninhabitable Earth. Say, won't you stay? It will all end up in style. The beast of the sunrise they've known for a while. The floods and fires pass. The upper middle, the sun used to shine and some flowers would grow. Parasites now that control that shadow. Well, my poor heart didn't last. It all happened so fast.
Hey, little one, you're so young. Your precious time has just begun. You've opened eyes, oh so new. There's a crazy world waiting for you, for you. So I hope you get to see all the things that you wanna, and I hope you get to do everything that you're gonna. Hey, little one, laugh and smile. Don't grow up fast, stay a while. Picture in your mind something new. They can never take your dreams from you, from you. So I hope you get to see all the things that you wanna, and I hope you get to do everything that you're gonna. Two more times. Yeah, I hope you get to see all the things that you wanna, everything that you wanna, everything that you wanna. Hope, yeah, I hope you get to see all the things that you wanna. I hope there's sunshine all the day through. And though it feels like we're so far, just sing and I'll find my way to you. I hope there's music in the air. I hope you're dancing free all night long. And on the day I meet you there, I'll sing you your very favorite song. I remember you each day, how you loved me in your own sweet way. I think of you when I look to the sky, and I'll meet you in the by and by. I hope to see you once again, but there's a mountain that I must climb. So this I swear to you, my friend, I promise I'll be there when it's time. Now let's celebrate. Baby, got to keep on living now. When you're gonna keep on living now. Baby, got to keep on living. When you keep on living now. Here we go. Baby, yeah. Keep on living.
So thank you all you fine folks at home. We're Yuppie Liberation Front from Solano County. We like to remind you to take care of each other, take care of yourselves. And remember that the future is up to us. You, me, them. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise.
Thank you guys. Those were our amazing performances by Cat Cruz and Yuppie Liberation Front. Be sure to check them out afterwards. Now our second segment is called The Legacy of Incarceration. Right now, the US has the largest prison population in the world and the highest per capita incarceration rate. And right now, the US has countless of children, families, innocents locked away in what must be really be named, concentration camps. They have inhumane conditions, and it's under the unjust zero tolerance policy. On the whole, the US has aggressively targeted and incarcerated immigrant communities and minority groups, especially at the Black and Latinx communities. They continue to face disproportionate rates of violence, arrest, and incarceration by law enforcement and the judicial system. This is not recent news. The reality of today brings horrible, horrible flashbacks to many of the US's long-winded history of incarceration, including Japanese American incarceration during World War II. So today's segment will feature a Draw My Lifestyle video. First, Draw My Lifestyle video on the Japanese American history by Nikkei Rising, a video on systemic racism in America towards Blacks and Asians by John Osaki, and a panel called Never Again, Memories of Japanese Redress for Decarceration and Reparation. That panel will discuss ways in which Asian Americans today can identify and reject formulations of the model minority and work in solidarity with affected communities towards decarceration and current movements for redress and reparations. Before we get into that segment, first we're going to meet with Alejandro of the DREAM Committee here at UC Davis. As Asian Americans, we know that anti-immigration sentiment can be very dangerous and cause pain that lasts generations and make a legacy. Today, undocumented students face unnecessary hardships that are only intensified by the flames of racism. So I'll give it over to Alejandro.
Hi, thank you, Candice, for the warm welcome and the kind words. And thank you for having us join in. I am Alejandro, the chairman of the ACD's DREAM Committee, and we service AB 540 students throughout a wide array of programs right here at UC Davis. We understand that the undocumented and AB 540 student population goes under experiences unique barriers, both access to resources and inclusive opportunities for them, and that requires targeted outreach and implementation. And part of the programs that we kind of host here at the Association for AB 540 students on campus is first and foremost the Lending Library. The Lending Library is a project designed to support undocumented students by providing them with help getting their books needed for classes. And technically how it works is that students easily fill out a quick minute to 3 minute application that requests their books, and if resources allow, we're able to accommodate all their needs. And to date, we have near 800 books available for checkout for students right here at UC Davis. And we have our Lending Library right here on campus with AB 540 and Undocumented Student Center. And another program that we run to help meet some of these basic financial resources is the Cap and Gown project for graduating students. So within the same framework as the Lending Library, students request to kind of check out our cap and gowns, and we have cap and gowns for both undergraduate, graduate, and postdoctoral students graduating. And it's just a easy and simple way to allow those with unique barriers have an opportunity to have that amazing special day of their graduation without any barriers to cost. And then, part of the biggest things we actually do is just provide a representation on the association level, where we get to advocate on behalf of AB 540 and undocumented students across campus. And, that led us to be able to, give out scholarships, and part of our spending has been, in the near 30,000s, where we're able to, award a lot of scholarships for AB 540 and undocumented students. And if you want to learn more about our different programs and the different resources we provide for AB 540 students, please follow us at Dream Committee ACD. We'll be sharing a lot more in the coming days. And just to close it off, the work we do is grounded in our commitment to service. And we hope that you follow us on Instagram and share our resources to those who may benefit from us. And thank you for having us, and I appreciate it. And we'll keep tuning in.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alejandro. He'll drop some resources in the chat below. Before we get into the segment, I want to make an official warning that there may be graphic and potentially disturbing images in the videos. So without further ado, enjoy this segment.
Hi everyone, my name is Amy. And I am Sarah. And we are the Kubo Duo from Nikkei Rising. We wanted to make this video in order to give you all a Spark Notes version of Japanese American history. Sarah and I are not professional artists, so please, when you see our doodles, just think of it as cute doodles. So first off, we're going to start in the 1880s, and this is when the very first wave of immigrants were moving from Japan to Hawaii. So once getting to Hawaii, a lot of Japanese immigrants became farmers and laborers on plantations. And some of these plantations had pineapple and sugarcane. Hey look, it's a morbid SpongeBob. Oh man, he lives in the forgot pineapple. His nose. Oh sorry, it's okay, you draw his nose. After immigrating to Hawaii, people then began to move to the mainland US into places like California, Washington, over here in this Midwest area, and also the East Coast. Yeah, so similar to Hawaii, JAs continued to work in produce. On these farms, they grew things like strawberries, cabbage, and celery. Some JA farms that are still in existence today are Tanaka farms and PNK farms. I actually have a friend and his name is Alex. And so Alex's family actually owns P&K farms, and so they specialize in strawberries and blueberries, and they do have a website, so go check them out. 1907. And this is when Theodore Roosevelt signed the Gentleman's Agreement. It was basically stating that only people who were considered skilled workers and their families would be able to immigrate to the US. And so what does skilled mean? You can think about all these jobs that make a lot of money. Some additional laws that were passed were like the alien land laws, where Japanese Americans were not allowed to own any property of land. Of course, there was an increase of these political cartoons that supported this anti-Japanese sentiment. And so one person that was drawing these cartoons was the famous Dr. Seuss. You've probably heard some of his books before, and an example of one is One Fish, Two Fish. We got red fish and blue fish. So it was like that, but pretty racist, and so that's why this person over here is sad, because it wasn't cool. In 1941, there were about 130,000 Japanese Americans living in the United States. And at the same time, there was about 150,000 living in Hawaii. So another thing to note during this period is this is when the Nisei, or the second generation, became the majority. So on December 7th of 1941, Pearl Harbor was attacked. So 72 hours after the bombing, this is when the FBI began to arrest people in the JA community, specifically those who were leaders in the community, because they were being suspected for treason. Those who were arrested were then taken to these detention centers, and an example of one is Tuna Canyon. Another special date in JA history is February 19th in 1942. Because this is the date when FDR, and so just to make sure, FDR is actually Teddy's nephew, Franklin D. Roosevelt, so they are different people. So remember, his nephew was the one to sign this document, Executive Order 9066. So the executive order had allowed to forcibly remove any persons that were deemed hazardous. And so just to clarify too, in this executive order, the actual word Japanese or Japanese American was never written. It was actually the military, specifically General DeWitt and his cabinet, who were the ones to deem Japanese Americans as being hazardous, which led to the incarceration of thousands of Japanese Americans. DeWitt and his cabinet were also the ones to determine this 1/8 cutoff that was used to determine who would be sent to the camps. In moving to Hawaii, is that JAs who were living in Hawaii were treated differently than those on the mainland. And so when talking about Hawaii, they were actually put under martial law. And so to explain martial law, this basically means that the government, specifically the military, had control over Hawaii. You can kind of think of the military kind of like a tiger mom. Fruits baskets, Giza? So although there were some JAs that were sent to the camps, most people in Hawaii were put under more regulations, such as having to carry around a government ID, having a curfew time, and also travel restrictions. So if the Japanese population was removed from Hawaii instead of having the restrictions placed, it was most likely that the economy would have eventually crashed, since the Japanese American population was about 40% of Hawaii. So going back to the mainland US, the first group of Japanese Americans that were forcibly removed were from Terminal Island. All of this happened only 48 hours after 9066 was signed. So during this time period, there were 120,000 Americans of Japanese descent. And so if you can remember from before, they were at least 1/8 Japanese who were removed on the West Coast. Many Japanese Americans were sent to temporary assembly centers or large modified fairgrounds where incarcerees would sleep. Some even had to sleep in horse stalls. Some famous examples of these assembly centers include the Santa Anita racetrack, which is where the 626 night market is held, and also in San Francisco, there's the Tan Fran racetrack. So after the camps were finally built, this is when Japanese Americans who were in these assembly centers were then sent to 10 different camps around the United States. So starting off, we're gonna head to California, and this is where Manzanar was and Tule Lake. Then moving over to Idaho, this is where Minidoka was located. In Wyoming, this is where Heart Mountain was. In Colorado, we have Granada Amachi. In Utah, this is where Topaz is located, right over here. In Arizona, this is where we have Poston and also Gila River, which is right over here. And then lastly, in Arkansas, this is where we have Rower and Jerome. June of 1942, the 100th Battalion Separate had been formed. So this battalion was comprised of Japanese Americans who were a part of the American National Guard in Hawaii, and they created the 100th Infantry Battalion Separate to serve in Europe. So the success of this battalion would later lead to the creation of the 442 Regimental Combat Team. In 1943, this is when the Japanese American incarcerees were sent the loyalty questionnaire. So this loyalty questionnaire had two well-known questions, number 27 and 28. So these two well-known questions had asked if the incarceree would serve in the US Army and forswear loyalty to the Empire of Japan. So this questionnaire actually brought this huge divide within the JA community between those who were loyal and those who were disloyal. And again, we put these in quotation marks. And so those who were seen as disloyal were later called the no-no boys, because they answered no on these two questions. For those who were deemed disloyal, they were then sent to Tule Lake in California, which became this segregation center. And the reason why it became this segregation center is basically because the government was shook, because they found out that there was 18,000 Japanese Americans who actually answered no. The JAs who were deemed disloyal were also given an opportunity to repatriate to Japan. However, there was 20,000 people that had applied. Unfortunately, only 4,724 of those that applied actually were able to return. Following the loyalty questionnaire, the 442 Regimental Combat Team was created. So to recruit the people, they had sent recruitment officers to the incarceration camps. Anyways, they hoped to convince people to join, and they wanted around 3,000 people in total, although they only had 1,000 applicants. I wonder why.
So when talking about the 442, there's actually 3 battalions under it. So we have the 1st Battalion, the 2nd Battalion, and the 3rd. But when the 442 was sent into one of these battles, and again, like, keep in mind the 442 is basically sent on suicide missions, this 1st Battalion completely got wiped out. So the government over here, which is saying, hey, you want to join? They were like, oh no, who are we gonna put to replace all of these people? And that's when they had this bright idea. And they said, hey, you remember the 100 Separate? Let's just place them to replace this 1st Battalion. And so that's how it came to be that under the 442, there was the 100th Battalion, the 2nd, and the 3rd.
So the reason why the 100th Battalion was able to keep their name was because they already had a lot of recognition for their achievements. Remember, the 100th Separate was comprised of a bunch of proud Hawaiian boys.
So now jumping to 1944, and so this is when the war was finally coming to a close. And so because of this, there were select incarcerees who were allowed to leave the camp. So you can kind of think of them as Harry Potter because they were the chosen ones. And so those who were allowed to leave decided to move to places such as the East Coast.
So for people that had to move, they needed sponsors in order for them to relocate, just so that somebody could prove that they wouldn't do anything bad.
Then what happened in December of 1944 is a Supreme Court ruled that the camps were to be closed, and so this Supreme Court case was called Ex Parte Endo.
So by the summer of 1944, the first camp had come to a close, and so the last camp to close was actually Tule Lake.
So when people were allowed to leave the camp, so again, like, you know, Harry Potter, they were given $25, which amounts to around $360 now. And they're also given 1 bus ticket to go anywhere of their choosing.
So the Sansei are also known as the 3rd generation. Some were in the camps while they were young, but many had been born afterwards. And so they would want their parents' stories to be heard and want to have reparations or an apology for everything that happened. All right, the last thing we will cover is the Civil Liberties Act of 1988. So the Civil Liberties Act was signed by President Ronald Reagan to approve of an apology and also award $20,000 to each surviving incarceree.
Currently, there continues to be people a part of the Nikkei community who are still fighting for reparations today. An example of one of these groups is the Japanese Latino Americans of Crystal City.
So that concludes our SparkNotes version of JA History.
Yay! You made it! So hopefully you learned a thing or two from this video. And so if you'd like to watch it again, it will be uploaded on the Nikkei Rising YouTube channel. So make sure you smash that like button, hit the subscribe button, and show this to all your friends to educate them.
Thanks again for watching. Kubo Duo signing off.
Johnny!
Mata ne.
Bye-bye.
Racism in America can be traced back to when the first Europeans arrived on the continent. Indigenous Native Americans were exploited, and European colonization brought with it the transatlantic slave trade to America. Between 1626 and 1860, nearly 500,000 people were kidnapped from Africa and transported to America in shackles. The earliest form of police, called slave patrols, were formed in the early 1700s to capture runaway slaves and oppress organized movements that might lead to a rebellion. The 1865 abolition of slavery and the 1870 passage of the 15th Amendment, which guaranteed voting rights to Black Americans, ignited the rise of white supremacy.
On the West Coast, the competition for gold and employment led to violent animosity toward Chinese. White labor, the press, and politicians would build a sweeping movement that resulted in anti-Chinese legislation, including the passage of the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act. During this period, Jim Crow laws proliferated throughout the South to disenfranchise, segregate, and limit the political power of Blacks. In 1896, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld Jim Crow laws and the doctrine of separate but equal in Plessy versus Ferguson. As America entered the 1900s, racism, segregation, and discrimination ran rampant as hate groups and white supremacists openly and violently oppressed Blacks and Asians. In response, lobbyist groups such as the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People emerged. The Great Migration of Blacks to industrial centers in the North and the West heightened racial tensions throughout the country. Race riots, violence, and lynchings exploded as the culture of white supremacy against Blacks entered their communities.
In 1934, FDR's New Deal included the National Housing Act, which created the modern mortgage lending system. While low-interest loans made it possible for many white families to buy homes for the first time, the system also created residential security maps, which identified areas considered to be risky for financial institutions. Communities with high concentrations of Black Americans and immigrants were overwhelmingly coded red and considered the highest risk. The inability of Black Americans to secure loans from financial institutions leads to lower property values, higher crime rates, less resources for schools, and overall community disinvestment. With Chinese immigration halted, the ire of West Coast states is now directed at the Japanese. The success of Japanese farmers leads to the creation of West Coast exclusionist groups, such as the Asiatic Exclusion League, who fueled the anti-Asian sentiment, leading to the eventual passage of the 1924 Immigration Act, which bans all immigration from Asian countries.
Growing hostility between the U.S. and Japan leads both countries into World War II. White farmers seized the opportunity to advocate for the incarceration of all Japanese living on the West Coast and acquired their land for pennies on a dollar.
In the 1950s, Black American communities began to mobilize against institutional racism, segregation, and separate but equal policies. A growing movement of Black-led boycotts, sit-ins, and mass protests sweep across the country.
Beginning in 1954, the U.S. Supreme Court, under the leadership of Earl Warren, who a decade earlier advocated for the mass incarceration of Japanese Americans, struck down many laws that enabled racial segregation and discrimination.
Freedom Now movement, hear me. We are requesting all citizens to move into Washington, to go by plane, by car, bus, any way that you can get there.
Following the 1963 March on Washington, Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which banned discrimination on the basis of race, gender, nationality, and religion. The following year, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 granted voting rights for all minorities, including Asian Americans. This historic movement, fueled by the struggles, pain, and sacrifice of Black Americans, also led to the passage of the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, which reopened America's doors to immigrants from Asia and other non-European countries.
In 1968, the Civil Rights Movement galvanized Black, Latinx, and Asian student organizations in California who demanded acknowledgement of their ethnic histories and greater representations on campuses. The first ever student strikes at San Francisco State University and UC Berkeley drew attention of the governor of California, Ronald Reagan.
Negotiate? What is to negotiate? All of it began the first time some of you who know better and are old enough to know better let young people think that they had the right to choose the laws they would obey as long as they were doing it in the name of social protest.
The student strikes led to the creation of ethnic studies departments across the country.
Weary from the civil rights movement, white policymakers adopted a new narrative, preaching that success can merely be achieved through hard work and resilience. Depicting Asian Americans as the model minority is strategically weaponized to discourage protests and deny the demands of Black Americans.
After witnessing the power of solidarity during the 1968 student strikes as California's governor, when Ronald Reagan became president, he struck a blow that would drive a deep wedge between Blacks and Asians. While touting his economic policies dubbed Reaganomics, which drastically cut many social programs benefiting Blacks, President Reagan strategically lifted up Asian Americans.
I proposed a program to drastically cut back government spending in the 1982 budget, which begins October 1st, and to continue cutting in the 83 and 84 budgets. All the lobbying, the organized demonstrations, and the cries of protest by those whose way of life depends on maintaining government's wasteful ways were no match.
Today, our citizens of Asian and Pacific descent are admired for their hard work, their commitment to education, and their commercial and scientific genius.
Black American communities are cut off from significant government resources and burdened by a cycle of poverty and oppression imposed by Jim Crow laws, redline communities, and a proliferation of white supremacist culture.
While white families were able to build equity in homes for decades and use their accumulated wealth to send their children to college, many Black families are left to live in deteriorating communities with less resources for schools and increasing crime rates.
As tensions build between Black American communities and the police, model minority status offers some Asian Americans increasing upward mobility, but it also covers up and leaves behind many who continue to struggle in America.
The world has watched George Floyd die under the knee of a Minneapolis police officer.
I can breathe. Asian Americans are facing discrimination not felt since the Japanese American internment camps during World War II.
Blake was shot in the back 7 times by Kenosha police officer Rustin Chesky from a close distance.
We cannot walk alone. We must make the pledge that we shall always march ahead.
Because they marched, America became more free and more fair. Not just for African Americans, but for women and Latinos, Asians and Native Americans.
Financial freedom is our only hope. Reparations for Black people in this country would help us break down the systemic and institutional barriers based on race that have held us down for so long. This means education, access to healthcare, reinvestment into our communities, and so much more.
Today, as Asian Americans, we have an opportunity to stand up, to speak out, to acknowledge a historic debt that we owe to Blacks, and to fight for Black lives.
This pandemic is leading to an alarming rate of hateful speech directed at people of Asian and Pacific Islander descent in the United States. And the truth is, as an African American, I know what hate and racism is, and I know the violence that results.
The only way to protect ourselves from racism and scapegoating that has once again targeted our communities is to stand in solidarity with Blacks and other communities of color, because our liberation is bound together.
Let's use our hearts, our love, and our intelligence to work together to show the rest of the world how humans are supposed to treat each other. America is great when we behave greatly.
Thank you, Kubo Duo and John Osaki, for those two videos. And thank you, Candace and the Dream Committee at UC Davis for entering into our segment. We are about to start our second panel here today at our event, Change is Going to Come. I'd like to invite the panelists to join me now in our main room here. I'll get started with, okay, here we are. Hey, everybody. Welcome to our panel. This panel, everybody, is what we're calling Never Again Again, Memories of Japanese American Redress for Decarceration and Reparations. I'll give a little bit of a background on the panel, and then we'll get right into it. So as kind of we saw in these videos from these two different stories about Japanese American history, that following strong anti-immigration sentiment directed at Asian populations in the United States, over 120,000 people of Japanese ancestry, about 2/3 who were American citizens by birth, were incarcerated during World War II. This was a massive upheaval that uprooted communities, it forfeited businesses and property, and drastically restructured family life. Before and after incarceration, Japanese Americans employed narratives of American assimilation and loyalty to resist efforts to exclude them from political and economic life, framing their experience as a model minority. Decades later, a movement for acknowledgement and gaining redress for those incarcerated was largely championed by children of camp survivors as well as camp survivors themselves. This redress process was in many ways a rejection of the model minority and promoted healing of intergenerational trauma, as well as an explicit goal of preventing similar injustice from occurring again. And as we see today, in the United States, we have aggressively targeted and incarcerated migrant communities. Minority groups continue to face disproportionate rates of violence, arrest, incarceration by law enforcement and the judicial system, particularly Black and Latinx communities. And these inequities have profound and lasting consequences on generations of Americans. So, using lessons from the Japanese American incarceration and the redress movement, our panel today will discuss ways in which Asian Americans today can identify and reject formulations of the model minority and work in solidarity with affected communities towards decarceration and current movements for redress and reparations. And maybe in a more general way too, like how can we come together, regardless of our background, and seek to see justice carried out in our communities, in our country, our society. So I'd like to introduce our panelists today. Our panelists today are community organizers and leaders who have fought to preserve the memory of Japanese American incarceration so that it might not bear out again in U.S. history. Joining us, we have Dr. Satsuki Ina. She is herself a survivor of incarceration and one of the founders of Suru for Solidarity. Janice Yamamoto Ludzak is the current president of the Sacramento chapter of the Japanese American Citizens League. Susan Hayase is a co-founder of San Jose Nikkei Resistors and is a longtime activist and community organizer. She was part of the National Coalition for Redress and Reparations, as well as Professor Lisa Ikemoto from UC Davis, let's go Aggies, is a professor of bioethics here at UC Davis and public health law. And she was also a lawyer during the Japanese American Redress as well as part of the National Coalition for Redress and Reparations. So I'm so honored to be with you today, speakers. Maybe I could just give everyone just a little second to introduce themselves and we can start talking about some of our questions. I can just popcorn it around. Why don't we, the same order, Dr. Ina Satsuki, would you like to say hi?
Hello, thank you very much. I really particularly enjoyed the Kubo Duo compression of the JA history. That was really wonderful. And I could see that it would be really valuable for high school and even elementary school kids to get that artistic and fun, but also very accurate historical account. So thank you. Honored to be here with the other panelists.
Thank you. And Janice?
Yeah, I'm again very honored and very, like I said before, you know, I'm with some very notable people here. And yeah, I agree with Satsuki's, you know, assessment of what's going on. I really think we do have a role to play in today's activities.
Thank you. And Susan?
Thank you so much. I also am very honored to be here. Thank you for asking me. And I also was very impressed by the video presentations, and the footage of Ronald Reagan really is making my blood boil, so I'm ready to go.
All right, ready to fight here. And Lisa Ikemoto, Professor.
Thanks for having us. I want to thank all the organizers too. This is a wonderful event. I really appreciated the preceding programming as well. And as a native Californian, I think I had the same reaction as Susan to seeing Ronald Reagan up there. So I look forward
Good.
to
We
our
primed
conversation.
You. Ready to go. All right. I think before we get started with some of our questions today, we actually, I think it's a kind of thing that we should talk about is the language used to describe this period and the incarceration itself. Oftentimes we learn about this as the Japanese American internment. However, sometimes that might not be the most specific language or the best language to use. And I think I would like to ask Satsuki if she could maybe give us a little primer on that.
Sure. I think, you know, one of the goals of academics and scholars today and community organizers is to make sure that we are using our narrative and not the narrative that was imposed on us. And although the word internment to capture the experience of the Japanese Americans who were incarcerated during World War II has become a very familiar term and one used very broadly, many people today are urging that we use a more correct naming of the experience, that these were concentration camps, prison camps, mass incarceration. And to distinguish that from the internment camps, there were Department of Justice, federal internment camps that were governed by the Geneva Convention and was designed to hold enemy aliens during World War II. So there's a really distinct difference between the civilian operated War Relocation Authority camps, the 10 camps, and to not confuse those with the legally, internationally recognized naming of federal internment camps, because the Japanese Americans who are held in the WRA prison camps, many of them were American citizens and not enemy aliens.
Thank you for that, Satsuki. And we'll try our best to use that correct language, as maybe we can all kind of try to use more specific language to really highlight the injustice that was done during this time. So I want to bring our panel to our first question. Our first question is that incarceration or being at camp is a defining moment in the Japanese American experience, and its lived memory has been an important part of Japanese American identity movements and activism, including Manzanar pilgrimages, the redress movement we talked about, movements for civil rights today. However, many camp survivors were not very vocal about their experience of the war, and there was varied responses among camp survivors, even about talking about their incarceration. And I know this is such a great panel we have today, though, because I think each of our panelists has a bit of a different experience with that. And I was hoping we could get a little bit, more insight about this dynamic from our panelists, as well as if you could share your own personal experience in the learning of or the remembering of incarceration. Should we, I think you want to just try to popcorn it, or do you want me to pass it around?
Well, I can start off. So when people talk about the role of Sansei and Nisei in the redress movement, I think there's, sometimes it's kind of shorthand, but sometimes it kind of turns into a stereotype. And I think I just want to say that in the decades after camp, that was when the model minority strategy, I call it a strategy because it was a strategy deployed by political leaders to pit Japanese Americans against Black Americans. But during that same time period when that strategy was being deployed, all generations of Japanese Americans were struggling under US racism. And I want to say that the redress movement emerged out of all generations, not just out of one generation. I think that there were something that many people don't know, and the model minority story does not reveal that many Sansei were facing racism and gangs and drugs and suicide. And there were a lot of social problems that Sansei, were supposed to be super achievers, but there were a lot of issues facing Sansei. There also were, part of the model minority says that Japanese culture makes Japanese people take care of their elders, and that it's an innate cultural value, and it is a value. But there were also Issei living in poverty during this time period, without social security, without services, without healthcare. And I remember there is a social worker in Los Angeles who reported that he found Issei living, eating cat food because they were so impoverished. And for Nisei, there was a lot of employment discrimination. And for those making their livings in Japantown, there was a direct threat from redevelopment and urban renewal and destruction of the physical community. And so the redress movement was actually kind of a part of a continuum of a struggle to repair and unite and build the Japanese American community in response to all these aspects of racism. And a lot of them started with Serve the People programs to help Sansei youth deal with racism, and to help Issei deal with just feeding themselves. And also, I think that the redress movement directly grew out of movements to defend Japantown. So yeah, so anyway, that the stereotype about the Sansei saving the Nisei, I think is you know, it's just a little too thin. And the reality is that all generations were struggling to deal with inequality in this country. And I'll just briefly just say for myself, I was really lucky that my parents talked about camp. And so, and they left this book lying around. It was called Citizen 13660, and by Mina Okubo, and it was like a cartoon book. But I read it over and over again. It was a story of her going to Topaz. And I still remember the moment when it dawned on me what it meant. And I remember I saw red because I remember my parents being treated poorly by other people. And so I finally understood what that all meant. But yeah, so I feel very lucky that my parents did not hide anything from me.
Any of our other panelists want to?
I think that, you know, people often talk about how they didn't know about what happened because their parents were silent. And as a psychologist, I see that as a form of the collective trauma afterwards, since there was no single act, that a crime that they had committed that put them into captivity. There was a fear afterwards that they could be, you know, incarcerated at any moment again, even after they were released. Also, because you know, Japanese values of community and collective perspective, to be cast out, even if you were innocent, but cast out of the community, was really experienced as shame. And the incarceration experience was very humiliating. And so the pain of talking about that or sharing the story was something that many patients or many people said to me that they didn't want to burden their children with that. So it was a continuation of the trauma of the incarceration that there was silence. And then the second part of your question, although I knew about the camps, it wasn't until actually after redress that I realized how much I didn't know. I'd been living in Europe, and when the redress bill passed, and so on the way home, we stopped at the Smithsonian Institute, where they were doing an exhibit about the Constitution and about the incarceration of the Japanese Americans. And so I had my junior high school son with me, and we walked into that exhibit and turned the corner, and there was this very large photo of men standing inside of a jail. And although it was a little fuzzy, I recognized my father. And I was so stunned because I had no idea where or how or why he was there. So from that point on, I realized how much I didn't know. And it began for me, the need to research and ask questions and organized discussion about what happened during World War II. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, pass it on.
So I'm Sanse, and actually because of various circumstances, neither of my parents were subject to the mass incarceration. So, you know, tapping into the history that was just sort of shown in the video and in the wonderful by the Kubo duo. On my mother's side, my father was going to be, he was being investigated, right? They were going to send him to Crystal City, one of the DOJ centers. And in order to avoid being, having the family split up, my family left West LA in the middle of the night in a truck. And they moved to Utah, which was not subject to the order, despite the fact that there was an incarceration center there. So my mom spent her life in Salt Lake City until after college. My father's family was sent to Gila River, but my father had gone to visit his grandmother earlier in 1941. So he was in Japan and survived the war there. So he had a horrific experience, I think, and has talked about that, but was not at Gila River with the rest of his family. He was separated. So I learned about it from my grandparents, and they never raised it until I asked them. Once I asked them, they were very forthcoming and able and willing to talk about it. But it was interesting to me. I think part of particularly my grandfather's outlook was that he had moved to the United States initially with his parents. They went back to Japan and then came back because he realized in Japan he was subject to the draft. So he came here, and for him it was, I think he saw the United States as a land of opportunity. He was this very forward-looking person. And I think that kind of, that's a partial explanation, I think, of why he hadn't initiated those conversations himself. And I think the other part of it goes to what other people have said, is that the sense of not just trauma, but precarity, right? That we're living under, right? We're fine as long as we obey the rules that were laid down for us. And so the sort of felt necessity of abiding by certain rules was part of the silence.
My parents were very much like that. You know, I remember when I was in first grade, I think, you know, being a kid in the 60s, right? Even elementary school. My friends and I, we used to talk, you know, what are you? How do you, you know, basically, what do you identify as? And, you know, I had friends, mostly Latinx, and they, you know, they came up with different words for it at that time. There are different words than just Latino or Latinx or Chicana. What would you call yourself? And they got to me and I said, I don't know. I really don't know what I am. And so I went home and my mom was cooking. And I said, Mom, are we Chinese or Japanese? And she gave me something that I was very surprised. She slammed down the pot lid and she started saying, did somebody ask you that at school? I said, what's going on? You know, why do you want to know? He says, and she started cussing and she said, you're neither, you're an American. And I thought, well, that doesn't answer my question too well. But, and I started backing off because she was very, very angry at my question. And I ended up asking a cousin who thought I was really stupid. But I said, are we Chinese or Japanese? She says, oh, you know, you're Japanese. I said, okay. But my parents lived in a lot of fear, I think. And I think they tried in a lot of different ways to hide what we were. You know, decades after that, I was visiting a friend who was born 3 months after me. We were next door neighbors for most of our lives. I went to visit her and I was talking with her husband and he said, were you part of that Japanese camp thing? Was your family there? And I said, yes. And my friend who I lived next door to for all those years said, I thought you were Chinese. And so I thought, okay, you know, how did they think that? How did she and her family think that? And you know, as I told some of you guys before, when I was in college, I came home from school and I said very proudly that I had been registering voters. I'd done a voter registration drive. And both my parents got incredibly angry. They said, why did you go do that for? Now you have to drop out of school. And they were thinking back, and they said, the FBI is going to start a file on you. And I thought, where did that come from? Because I hadn't taken Asian American studies as of that time, but I knew some of the history, more of the history than they thought I knew. And every time I went home for a break, they kept saying, so you quit school yet? Are you out of school yet? You have to get out of school. And I was very defiant at the time. I think I was about halfway through my college years. And I ended up trying to pay for myself, which was very difficult, but I made it through. Finally, though, they came to realize that I wasn't going to leave school, and they started paying for my books again. But it just showed me how traumatic it was for them. You know, I never saw that kind of outburst from them before for anything any of us kids, you know, in the house had ever seen. And the more I think about it, the more I realize just how incredibly deep their trauma was. My dad's family was at Poston. My mom's family was at Hart Mountain. And just coming back, they had difficulties after the war. Some pretty severe difficulties. My father was kidnapped and beaten by some thugs who didn't like Japanese people. And I think that kind of thing stayed with them for a very long time.
Sure.
And they really couldn't tolerate me asking questions about it.
Thanks for such a diverse range of answers for that. And also just, you know, thank you for also helping us clarify that it's not such a clean line, right? It's not just generational. It's not just class. There's a lot of factors at play here. I want to turn our conversation to the Japanese American redress movement. Many of us are aware that we are one of the few racial minorities to have received some sort of reparations from the federal government. This is a current, this is again in the news. California passed AB 3121, was signed into law just recently, authorizing a task force to develop reparations proposals for the state for Black Americans or Black Californians. And a national proposal, HR 40, has been sponsored since 1989, but has not been yet brought to vote. So I think one common argument that we might hear sometimes against the redress movement and against reparations generally for Black Americans today is that people shouldn't have to pay for the mistakes of the past. This was some of the language that was also used for, against the Japanese American reparations movement. And I wanted to know from your experience, if you could tell us what were some of the good that came out of the redress process in terms of restorative justice, in terms of healing intergenerational trauma, and how would you, from your experiences, counter these types of arguments now?
One of the things that did come out of the Japanese reparations is that people like my parents ended up giving their reparations completely towards the creation of a museum in Los Angeles to tell the story. I remember when they first started donating, when they first started getting the donations, it was just a small little office with a few photographs in it, but it grew to a pretty big museum that's visited quite often right now.
Yeah, my grandparents did the same thing. I think Little Tokyo and, other community centers throughout the United States still exist in large part because people return the money to the community. But I don't think it was just that. I mean, I think that the redress movement, the sort of movement itself, and Susan referenced this, right, was a community building effort, right? And it was a consciousness raising effort. When I was growing up in the 1960s, Japanese Americans were never mentioned as part of history, right, in public school education. And that may still be true in parts of the country, but in Davis, where I live, there's a school named after Fred Korematsu. And that would never have happened but for the redress movement, I think. And I think the payment, the payment seems trivial compared to what people lost. On the other hand, a significant amount of money, and people were able to sort of make good use of it in various ways, both in their own lives and for the community. But it was also, it was a national reckoning. That moment, those few years when those payments were being made isn't the reckoning, it's the whole process itself. And I think that's important. And that's what sort of unites sort of that particular law and that particular redress effort with the reparations movements that are happening now?
My mother, when she received her check, I said, I'm going to come down from Sacramento I want to see the money. And so I went to her apartment and I said, okay, where's the check? Because I just didn't trust that it was going to be real. And on her desk was this pile of papers. But on the wall, she had already framed the letter of apology from the president. And it really exhibited for me, because I asked her, what does this mean for you? And she said, she obviously didn't care about the money, but she said that she felt like she finally got her face back. And I think it really illustrated what happened after redress is since redress, the number of books, films, music about the camps has really proliferated. I think it gave the validity of our historical experience and brought out what had been missing in our community was the expression of our own personal narrative about what happened to each of us individually and in our families, and also the blossoming of this creative expression through protest. So I think it's had a huge impact, and really feel like the Japanese Americans are in a really crucial position to support reparations for the Black community.
Definitely.
So, the question of why pay for past mistakes, I think that, people are aiming that question at the issue of Black reparations. And they also talked to Japanese Americans about that. They didn't feel like they needed to pay for something that had happened in the past. But, of course, what we said and what we say now is that people are commonly called upon to fix problems that happened before they were hired and before they were elected and before they were in residence and also before they were born. And I think it's really important to look at this broadly because, political mistakes compound. They don't disappear if you ignore them. And issues of justice and accountability, it affects more than one group, but it affects what's happening now, it affects what's in the future, and it also affects the integrity of our Constitution and our understanding of individual rights. Okay, so slavery and genocide really distorted democracy in this country. I think one of the things we're talking about now is how the Electoral College, is really a distortion of democracy. And it comes out of slavery, the protection of the political power of slave owners. And we're still living in a system that's distorted by slavery. And actually the scapegoating of Japanese Americans in 1942 and previous to that, leading up to the incarceration is related to this distortion, because the distortion that had been already established in the United States because of slavery was that some people are more equal than others. And some people's individual rights matter and other people's don't. And so Japanese Americans, the incarceration of Japanese Americans was an example of how an unredressed slavery and all the distortions of democracy that resulted still existed in 1942, right? And it still exists now. And I think there are a lot of examples, that people can think of now that we're facing right now. So I think that's really important. But so, reparations is like a political tool to fight for equality. It's kind of like voting, it's not a religion or a philosophy, but it's like a tactic. It's like a tool. It's not a guarantee of anything, but it's part of a mechanism that we should use. It's in the First Amendment, and it's something that every American is eligible to use. Everybody is empowered to use that. So I also want to say that, Japanese American redress was significant and meaningful, but it wasn't big enough. It was transformative in many ways, but it wasn't transformative enough for our society or even for Japanese Americans. So I want to say that, as somebody who, embraced the movement just wholeheartedly. I was 23 years old, and it's all I wanted to do. And once I found out about the redress movement, we wanted to draw a line in the sand. You know, the former incarcerees that we worked with said, you know, we don't care about ourselves, but we want to make sure that it doesn't happen to anybody else. And that was like this moral obligation that we felt to fight for that. And we wanted to draw that line. We knew it wouldn't be an indelible victory, even if we won it, but we wanted to do that. We wanted to try to do that. And that's why many of us are so angry that it's still considered a viable policy to punish people for who they are rather than what they've done. And I think the Muslim ban is an example of that. And I think targeting immigrants of color, that's an example of how we weren't able to draw that line in the sand. And I think that that is, you know, a tragedy. I mean, I think that while Japanese American redress was transformative, I mean, it meant that from that moment on, you know, American journalists could no longer speculate about whether the incarceration was right or not. They had to say, no, we've actually apologized for it. We've actually said that it's wrong. But that's why I'm saying it was transformative, but wasn't enough. We wanted the redress victory to deeply benefit Japanese Americans, but we also knew it was just a token. Too many Nisei, too many former incarcerees did not live to get the chance to reflect collectively on their experience with the rest of the community. And even now, Sansei, we're aging out. And the question is, will we get a chance to fully reflect on this? And I think that one sign that is a bad sign and that I hope to correct, and I hope to call on the Japanese American community to correct this, is that many histories of Japanese histories of our experience in this country go into depth about the camps, and then there's this big gap, and then it goes, and then in 1988, Reagan signed the bill. And I think there's a big chunk that's missing there. And I want to tell you that today is the 40th anniversary of the founding of the National Coalition for Redress Reparations. And that movement was very significant, as I mentioned before, that this was the culmination of a community, all generations coming together to fight back against racism and to fight for equality. So I think that if we can do that, we'll be steps farther along on making our redress victory meaningful.
Wow, thank you so much. I think you're already like way ahead of me. My next question for you, and I wanted to highlight some of the work you are all doing in your organizations. My next question was kind of like what Susan was talking about. Like after the attacks on the World Trade Centers, for example, in 2001, Japanese American advocacy groups like the JACL were you know, some of the groups to stand up in support of Muslim Americans facing discrimination and political attacks, citing memory of incarceration as, you know, one of the reasons we got to stop history from repeating itself, from happening again. Also, like Susan was mentioning, like organizations today like Sue for Solidarity, that's Satsuki's organization, have drawn these parallels between incarceration of Japanese Americans back then and detention of immigrant families today. So you're kind of already answering this question, but the question, in what ways is the memory of incarceration at work in what you're doing, and in what directions would you like to see it go? Maybe if you want to add anything else onto that, or maybe even highlight some of the policies that you are advocating for as well, or your organizations. Should we do the same order as last time?
Okay, so Sudo for Solidarity came to be without any intentional plan. You know, it was a group of people like myself who were formerly incarcerated as children, and we were planning a pilgrimage to Crystal City. And we realized that not far from Crystal City, where we had been separated from our fathers, waiting to be deported, is where a current detention facility for immigrant families was in South Texas. And so we couldn't just go there for our pilgrimage. We needed to then go and take our story and use that story as a form of protest for what was happening today. And so that's how Sudo for Solidarity came to be. led mostly by us elders who were incarcerated as children. And then it really brought together intergenerational support for using direct action protests to influence, hopefully, policy. But the other part of our work has been about building solidarity across communities. That part of the oppression has been to fracture our communities of color from each other and feel that we had to compete with one another for whatever there was to compete for. And so our actions focus on working with targeted communities and supporting them, centering their issues and showing up in support of theirs. And we've developed this process called Healing Circles for Change, where in the initial stages of our direct actions, we would show up at a protest, and then after the protest was over, people would go their separate ways back to their communities, the Latinx, the Indigenous people, the African-American folks. And then one of these events in Oklahoma, we ended up staying together. And as we sat together, exhausted from the events and feeling really connected to one another, we began sharing our individual stories across communities and across generations. And it was so powerful, the bond that grew from that, so that when there was another action somewhere else in the US that needed people to support, we knew each other and could call on one another to show up. And our desire to break down those barriers that had been built has been a primary goal, besides the protesting of the immigrant detention facilities and promoting and supporting the Black Lives Movement. So I think it kind of emerged as a grassroots protest. And really what we found too is that in protesting alongside currently targeted communities, there was a very powerful healing for ourselves, finding a voice that we didn't feel like we had the right to protest, to speak up against what was being done again. So yeah, so now we have many people who are very engaged with Sudu and very proud of that process that has emerged. Lisa.
Thank you. A lot of my work, both my scholarship and my community-based work, is in the reproductive justice area. And so I've been sort of a supporter of and participant with other people trying to gain reparations for people who have been forcibly sterilized. Several states have passed bills providing reparations for primarily women, but not exclusively women, and primarily low-income white and women of color. But we're trying to get something similar passed in California. The last bill that went up was in 2019. It didn't make it out of the Assembly Appropriations Committee, but we're going to keep trying. And part of the reason we do this, and we see this as connected, right, to the larger movements that we've been mentioning, is that it's just part of this sort of now centuries-long pattern in the United States of defining American in racially exclusive ways, and doing so by criminalizing whole communities of color, right? And so, or otherwise imposing, control over those populations. And so forced sterilizations were part and parcel of all the other stuff that we've talked about today.
I forgot who's next. Is it Susan?
Well, in San Jose Nikkei Resistors, we started up, as many people in the Japanese American community did when the information about family separation was coming out. And it was such a terrible crime against humanity that I think people felt like, let's stand up and do something. And I think that some of the first things that we decided to do was to try to unite and mobilize Japanese Americans in the San Jose area, Santa Clara County area Japanese American community. And one of the first things that we did that was very meaningful to us is that Santa Clara County has one of the strongest sanctuary policies in this country. And it was under attack when a San Jose resident, a woman, was murdered by somebody who was undocumented. It was very similar to a case in San Francisco, and it provided an opportunity for people who wanted to accelerate ICE arrests and deportations to attack sanctuary policy. And so that was something that we mobilized people to. And it was also kind of an interesting exercise because I think the denial of individual due process to Japanese Americans by the communities they lived in is very similar to the denial of individual due process to undocumented immigrants. So anyway, that was something that we did. We did a number of other immigration rights projects, including a unity quilt to try to engage different sectors of our community, artists who wanted to support immigrants. And this was a way to engage them. We also are working on HR 40 support. We started thinking about this a couple of years ago, actually, because this was coming up. Ta-Nehisi Coates wrote a really groundbreaking article in The Atlantic. And then in 2019, Democratic primary presidential candidates started endorsing HR 40. And I think in San Jose Nikkei Resistors, we figured, well, pretty soon journalists are going to start approaching Japanese Americans, and if we're unlucky, they're going to pick one who comes up with the model minority answer. So we felt like we had to kind of get a jump on that. And so we wanted to start creating some motion around Japanese Americans supporting HR 40. And we also have an education committee that's also working on anti-Asian backlash against Asian American students in K through 12. We have a defund the police committee where we've been trying to understand the issue as a local issue and try and figure out how we can be in coalition. There's existing coalitions in a lot of local areas, and so we're getting involved with that. Also, we have been very involved in the election process. I think it was pretty clear to us and to most people that if we want to make any progress on any of these issues, immigration rights, defunding the police, any of these issues, we have to throw Trump out. So we put a lot of effort into get out the vote across the country, and we are so happy that, and I think I speak for everybody here. What a relief, what a relief. And anyway, so yeah, so we're doing a lot of things, and we're trying to figure out how to do it without killing ourselves because it's kind of a lot of stuff. So yeah.
Thank you so much. Janice, did you want to answer this one as well?
Yeah, JCL has been putting out, it has been a little bit slower to get things from them because they are sheltering in place, and but they have been following up on getting reparations and working on a lot of some of the same things that were mentioned before. They are in support of HR 40. Personally, I think that that's a very important issue to be coming up. And my personal concern is that so many things can still happen again. I mean, they're still on the books. I mean, you can still have people being incarcerated or put into camps, and they are being put into camps, and it's just appalling and terrible. And it's for us to do something about it because we do have a little bit of cred or some cred in terms of our history. And I think it's important for us to really get the word out and to really support the groups that need support.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to just remind everyone at home, if you have some questions for our panelists, throw them in that Q&A chat. We just got a little bit of time left here. I want to ask all our panelists another question. Oh, sorry, and if you're using the chat, if you could put it in the Q&A, that would be helpful for us as well. I got a quick question about solidarity building, particularly a lot of the groups that are hosting this event today, Japanese American, but also a broader AAPI community at UC Davis. And what our question is a bit about the changing demographic of Asian Americans, how we find, what does solidarity look like between Asian Americans and beyond. So I guess wide open answer, but I guess my quick little spiel for this one was like, since the end of immigration restrictions in 1965, we've had a very changing face of Asian America. I think as of 2017, it looks like about 75% of adult Asian Americans are actually first generation. So it's kind of a very different experience than maybe what we're, the traditional kind of Japanese American experience. So I guess I wanted to ask maybe your thoughts on what ways does the changing nature of Asian America still operate, or how do we still operate as terms of political solidarity, and what strategies do you see for mobilizing as Asian Americans today to stand in solidarity with other communities such as our Black, Indigenous, and Latinx kind of community partners?
I think it's a great question because in some ways, like my generation as a Sansei, I feel like we're so focused on the Japanese American experience that, stretching that definition, expanding it, enriching it, has really been brought to our attention at this point, where, for example, Black Nikkei young people are saying, we're part of the Japanese American community. We're part of the Asian American community too. And they want to be acknowledged as part of this expanding vision. And I think the younger generation has a much more positive sense about the importance of expanding our vision about our identity. And it is the future for sure.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think that there is an Asian American coalition. And one of the things that San Jose Nikkei Resistors did this last period was participating in a Yes on Prop 16 coalition. And I think that when the chips are down, I mean, one of the best anti-model minority strategy things you could have done in this last election was to vocally and visibly campaign for Prop 16. And also to partner with Asian American communities that are really struggling with generational issues. I really admire there are very progressive organizations inside the Vietnamese community that are doing very creative things to bridge the generational gap by like having fact checking in English and Vietnamese language. And that's really brilliant. And, so in San Jose, Santa Clara County, we want to partner with Vietnamese Americans, and we've met different organizations partly because they're also being targeted by ICE, and it's very underreported, and we don't want them to stand alone. And but it's also part of this Asian American coalition building. Also, I think that the anti-Asian scapegoating is trying to help people understand that and to figure out how to join together and fight back against that. And one thing that I've been really thinking is that, part of this different immigrant wave of immigration, I think a lot of Asian Americans could really use Asian American studies for the community. There are a lot of people who would never get a chance to take a class on Asian American studies, but then also to learn about the history of the Black liberation movement, and I think that kind of education in the community would really go a long way towards bringing people together and opening people's minds and helping them understand what's going on now.
Thank you. I'm gonna, sorry, we didn't get to two of our panelists on that question, so maybe they can get first dibs on. I do want to get to at least one of our audience questions. We just got a little bit of time here, so it may have to be a little bit quick. But Joyce Nakamura brings up a good point in the chat and in the question and answers. She says that, you know, she doesn't necessarily think it's about the memory of incarceration being as an impetus for fighting for social justice. The legacy of redress and reparations is that racism still exists and people still continue to suffer. So she kind of brings this perspective that maybe it's because it's wrong. That's why she's fighting for these movements, not just because her grandparents were in camp. But she asked her specifically, she wants to, maybe we can kind of get a quick answer from our panelists. How can Japanese Americans best express our solidarity with other BIPOC communities is her question. So maybe we can kind of segue out just maybe a last piece of advice from our panelists.
I think it's important for us not to feel like when we go to another community, another organization and say, oh, I want to help, but to actually say, you tell me how I can help, as opposed to me telling them, oh, you should be doing this, you should be doing that, you should be doing that. I've known people that have actually gone into other communities and said that, and they were, you know, shortly after shown out the door. Because, you know, everyone has their own communities and has their own ideas, and it's not for us to go around bossing people and telling them how to do things. Although we do have some ideas that might be good because of our history. But I think basically to do research and follow through in terms of going into someone else's territory.
Any other panelists want a little bit of advice?
No, I think part of it's just about showing up.
Yeah.
You have to sort of put your body on the line. We can't actually physically do that right now. It would be worse for everybody if we did. And there are different ways of showing up, right? Sometimes it's signing a petition. It's whatever your capacity is, right? But you do it with openness, like Janice said, and you do it with humility. And you do it as a sign that you recognize you're part of not just the Japanese American community, if that's how you identify, but that the Japanese American community is part of a broader coalition. That's really important right now.
And I think that building these coalitions across communities is really essential to having any success in making deep change. So really being active in doing outreach, reaching out to different community organizations and joining in shared educational programs. And, you know, I think we just have to be more active about making that happen instead of standing back and waiting to be asked.
One of the things that we did during the redress movement was that we sought out many different kinds of organizations and educated them about our issue, but we also invited them to come educate us about their issue. And it was one of our principles of unity that we said that we, in addition to fighting for our own equality, is that we would support other oppressed people in their struggles. And so I think that sharing of information back and forth is really important. You know, that's one of the things I think that we were able to inspire a lot of former incarcerees with. I remember when Nisei Man leaned over and whispered to me at one day of remembrance, he was listening to the support statements by other organizations. And he said, you know, Susan, I thought everybody hated us. And I think that, you know, by seeking out and giving this kind of support and solidarity, I think we can strengthen all of our movements.
Well, thank you so much, panelists. That will be our time for today. It was really an honor to talk to you all, everyone. This was Satsuki Ina, Janice Yamamoka Lodzak, Susan Hayase, and Lisa Ikemoto. So thank you so much to our panelists. I want to just let everyone know out there at home, you know, thanks for tuning in. We're just about to go into another music set here. I want to remind people that there are our team members are hanging out on the chats here. They got a Discord channel set up. They'll drop the links there if you want to hang out with them there. I'm going to do my, sorry panelists, if you want to leave, you can stay with me too. I appreciate your smiling faces. I'm going to intro this next set. This next set, I am so excited to bring to you today. Oh, thank you. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you to everybody. Bakahatsu. Thank you. Everyone from Davis.
All right, UC Davis. All right. Okay, so this next set, I'm so excited to bring you. Sorry, we're just a little bit behind, but I'm glad you're all here because this set is going to be awesome. One thing we like to do with this David's Cherry Blossom Festival, like we said before, it started as a taiko festival for a way to share our art with the community. But, this is really grown over the years to the point where, 2019, the last time we saw you all live, we had 2 music stages outside, we had 1 inside, and this was going on at Sudbury Brewery. I wanted to spend a little moment of our program to say thank you to Sudbury Brewery, who normally they host us when we have the festival live. And even though we weren't able to meet in person this year, they still sold our seasonal beer release, the Hanami Haze, and they raised money actually for Suru for Solidarity with that fundraiser. So thanks, Sudwork. We hope we can party with you again soon, when it's safe to do so. Okay, so this next set, so like I was saying, sorry, we like, since we've grown, we really want to share our stage with artists who are doing radical, cool stuff with their art, who are making powerful statements and putting themselves out there. So we love to be able to share our stage like that. We also want to feature some new upcoming artists all the time. Try to give people, a lot of people got a voice that they want to share, and if they can do that at our festival, that's what it's about. And so this next set we have coming up for you, I think, is a perfect David's Cherry Blossom Festival set. We have the Hive Mind, this Bay Area trio. They just started kind of releasing music together as a group this year. This stuff it's hot. You're gonna want to hear this. Followed up our friend Iraya. You might know him as Jay Anthony before. He'll be in this set as well as a new artist at the David's Cherry Blossom Festival stage, Davon. So we got to get to it. I don't want to hold us up anymore. Let's roll our next music set.
Cherry Blossom Festival, what up? My name is TJ McCarty, and I am 1/3 of the Hive Mind. I just wanted to start off by saying huge shout out to Gregory Boada for reaching out to us and letting us be a part of this awesome event. Also wanted to shout out Isaiah Selva for putting us in contact with Gregory. Really, really appreciate it. I wanted to spend this time talking about the Hive Mind single called Black, our 3rd song of our set. This record is very, very special to us. When the world was set on fire by the public lynchings of Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and so many others, all 3 of us felt that we had something to say about it. On my Instagram page, I posted 2 audio files of poems that I had written, just to clear my mind and just talk about what was happening. And the second half of the poem you will hear at the end of the song Black. Zach had caught these poems, on his Instagram feed, and he was just so inspired that he produced a beat based on the emotions that he felt while he was listening to my poems. And he didn't even tell me until our next recording session when we were all there. And we were also inspired once we heard what he had made, that we just knew we had to make a whole song right then and there. And I think all of us have experienced racial injustices in our lives, not only in personal situations, but in situations involving our loved ones as well. We are all multiracial. Kai and I are both half Black and half white, while Zach is half Filipino and half white. And we all have a slightly different perspective on racial injustices, like personally as well. With Zach growing up in Saipan and Guam, Kai living in cities in the Bay, and myself growing up in the suburbs just outside of the Bay Area. Each experience of ours was like a different side to the same coin, if there was such a thing as a 3-sided coin. But anyway, we hope you enjoy this song and the rest of our set. And once again, huge shout out to the organizers of this event. We really, really appreciate you. Thank you.
You know you drive me crazy. You just won't stop. And although the road is wavy, the ride don't stop. So just take a ride, no destination. Catch the ride, come take a ride. Just take a ride, no destination. catch the vibe. Come take a ride, take a ride, no destination. Catch the vibe, come take a ride, take a ride, no destination. Catch the vibe, come take a ride.
Ooh, baby, when I see you walking, talking with your friends, baby, got me feeling tipsy, like I'm drinking too. Say, cause I can't seem to find my right state of mind when I see you looking brand new. Ooh, looking so fine, looking so fine, baby, alright. I hit the phone one time, all down 2 times, yeah. Baby, looking so fine, so fine, so fine. Feel looking real nice, moving side to side, rhythm down the tide, bustin' moves all night, damn right. Looking so fine, baby, alright. I hit the phone one time, all down 2 times.
These other women pretending I knew it from the beginning that you was cool, but you different. I know my view was specific, but baby, you was the vision. It's only you in the vision. But honestly, I'm feeling better than I've ever been, baby. Better than medicine, better than an etc. My baby got the melanin cool. She in the element fool, but she intelligent bougie with the etiquette. Ooh, she made me feel good like that. She made me feel good like that. She made me feel good. Made me feel good like that. She made me feel good like that. She made me feel good. Made me feel good like that. She made me feel good like that. Made me feel good. She made me feel good like that. She made me feel good like that. You made me feel good. Made me feel good like that. She made me feel good like that. She made me feel good. Made me feel good like that. She made me feel good like that. She made me feel good. Made me feel good like that. She made me feel good like that. She made me feel good. Made me feel good like that. Made me feel good like that. She made me feel good.
Looking so fine, looking so fine, baby, alright. I hit the phone one time, all down 2 times. Baby, looking so fine, so fine, so fine. Feel looking real nice, moving side to side, rhythm down the tide, bustin' moves all night, damn right.
Just take a ride, no destination. Catch the vibe, come take a ride. Take a ride, no destination. Catch the vibe, come take a ride. Take a ride, no destination. Catch the vibe, come take a ride. Take a ride, no destination. Catch the vibe, come take a ride. Take a ride, no destination. Catch the vibe, come take a ride. Take a ride, no destination. Catch the vibe, come take a ride. Yes, sir.
I see you walking down the street, got your headphones in, walking to the beat. She taking care of business far as I could see. Big afro puff, rocking natural beauty. Hey, trying to get down with ya. Big time money, trying to stick around to ya. She independent, ain't nobody gon' fuck with her. But I'm a boss, so she might let me holler at her. She's more like suede on dinner. Baby, let me put you on tonight. They tryna sway your rhythm. Baby, let me take you home tonight. She's more like suede on dinner. Baby, let me put you on tonight. They tryna sway your rhythm. Baby, let me take you home tonight.
Listen to my testimony. You know my feelings far from phony. Won't you be my one and only? Yes, I'm talking matrimony. You got me feeling like velvet leather. You know I'm feeling better when you and I together, navigating stormy weather. But it's getting wetter. Got you feeling right, so you coming out of your sweater. Know I can be someone you can depend on. Don't mind a woman who's a little headstrong. You know what we got's a little bit special. When you with me, just know that you are in for a good time, cause I'm high on life. Woo! Not gonna take her, yeah, that's right. And you know by the end of the night, when they see you, they'll reply. She's smooth like suede on denim.
She's smooth like suede on denim.
Baby, let me put you on.
Baby, let me put you on tonight.
And they tryna sway you with them.
They tryna sway your rhythm.
So baby, like suede.
She's swole like suede on dinner.
Baby, let me put you on.
Baby, let me put you on tonight.
They tryna sway your rhythm.
They tryna sway your rhythm.
So baby, let me take you home.
Baby, let me take you home tonight. Black is the color of the so-called enemy. We say rest in peace to those who have fallen at the hands of the white man. Gave a brother no chance, showing you both hands. Black skin triggers the trigger. Well, I felt threatened. Figures. The news on the air using it to spread lies, but the black man barely breathing, begging for his life. Black on black on black on black. Can I get black with that? I'ma come back to that. Invented culture, but can you handle that? Handle the hands that clap to feed the dance. See the value, so you still ain't give no credit back. So hell no, you can't get no fucking black with that. But we see it brings joy, that's that black effect. That black protect. We on top, but we know where we at. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Kings and queens, beautiful black royalty. When they see us, they don't believe how great black excellence can be. Kings and queens, beautiful black royalty. When they see us, they don't believe how great black excellence can be. Kings and queens, beautiful black royalty. When they see us, they don't believe how great black excellence can be. Kings and queens, beautiful black royalty. When they see us, they don't believe how great black excellence can be.
Tear gas on my timeline got me hot. I wish that all this senseless shit would stop. Protest march when peace of mind is robbed. Seems to me we're always at a loss. Semi-automatic weapons, even lungs of love and breathless is the reason why I'm spitting over SM57s. Don't you get it? If we don't repeat the message, then it's back to effervescence and the venom never stops. Don't you get it? If we don't repeat the message, we go back to prior methods and the bleeding never stops. Check the record, they only listen when we burn the stores down. I heard they locked one cop, a few more now. Won't stop till all of MPD tore down. And you know they ain't afraid to bust the doors down. Even if it's not in your town, this is real. Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd. Know their names. Don't let them drift into the void of those forgotten and of those we simply don't know. How many more Emmett Tills must this country show before we root out all the weeds of this rotting flower field that we call America? This isn't the land of the free. This is the land of the white stand tall of a black on bended knee. It seems as though animus was sewn into the stars and stripes themselves. A facade, and the mask is falling off. When you're black, you can neither comply nor stay back and keep your distance. When those with a badge and gun narrate a fabricated explanation of your decisions. So once again, I ask you, where is the resistance?
Listen. What's wrong? Complex question. A lot of different answers depending on the intention. Did you give a fuck? Do you care? You gon' listen now, you just gon' sit there. Focused on the wrong things. How the fuck we get it? Hold up, I think I heard my phone ring. Damn. Brain all up in my phone screen. I can't hear nobody real scream. Funny cause I hear you steady hollering. However, I think you become tolerant. We want the change, but it's sitting there pondering, thinking why the fuck y'all don't know what the problem is. Well, I'ma go ahead and say it's me. But hold up, wait a minute, I'm not saying it's that easy. The issues that we got on this weak ass foundation, man, shit'll get to shaking, it'll fall, no hesitation. We came together on an instant connection. But let me tell you, all you were was affection. Saw you talking to some other niggas and I got jealous. Locked you down, met the real, then I started to question. I can't seem to find a reason why I should stay. I've been searching, good and bad, but the bad it outweighs. We came together on an instant connection. But let me tell you, all you were was affection. Saw you talking to some other niggas and I got jealous. Locked you down, met the ring, then I started to question. I can't seem to find a reason why I should stay. I've been searching, good and bad, but the bad it outweighs.
Came together, it was instant connection. Soon I found out you just wanted attention. Look, I just wanna show you my affection. But now it feels like my heart's in detention, yeah. Look, I might have bravado in my vibrato, but baby, I'm a genie in the Hennessy bottle. Look, close off, you model, then it's full throttle. Make a young man feel like he won the lotto. Look, potato, we empty the bottle, and now I gotta sing it like she Nelly Furtado. Promiscuous, but picture this, I thought we was intimate, but she wasn't into it. The winter wind is how cold she was. The script she flipped had me feeling so lost. She said she can't commit, and it had me thrown off. I need another chick, but now I'm going off, and I can't seem to find a reason why I should stay. I've been searching, good and bad, but the bad outweighs.
We came together on an instant connection. But let me tell you, all you were was affection. Saw you talking to some other niggas and I got jealous. Locked you down, met the ring, then I started to question. I can't seem to find a reason why I should stay. I've been searching, good and bad, but the bad it outweighs. We came together on an instant connection. But let me tell you, all you were was affection. Saw you talking to some other niggas and I got jealous. Locked you down, met the ring, then I started to question. I can't seem to find a reason why I should stay. I've been searching, good and bad, but the bad it outweighs.
How you saying that you with it, but you not?
I don't know.
Yeah, jumping hoops, swallowing swords for these clowns?
I don't know.
Talking that you transparent, but you ghost?
I don't know, said I don't know.
Yeah, you should know.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, you should know. How you saying that you with it, but you not?
I don't know.
Yeah, jumping hoops, swallowing swords for these clowns?
I don't know.
Talking that you transparent, so you ghost?
I don't know, said I don't know.
Yeah, you should know.
No, I don't know.
Got me so stressed, I need CBD. I ain't got no friends, they at EDC. I be feeling myself like I'm on TV. Now I'm lonely sipping on that THC.
And you know I'm on the stage and they see me. And when I shoot my shot, I'm like Steph Curry. And you ain't make the final cut like you see P3. And I love when all the girls say they love T. We chillin' with alcohol, they will not pass the ball. We gotta get this bread out on our own. They acting radical, somebody irrational, but they fucked up cause I'm all in my zone. Mathematical, counting this money, it's magical. I don't know why you were asking for it. Now my fault that you dumb ass broke.
Hypnotic got me dropping topics, talking life cause I ain't bout it. Sipping out that red cup, I'm so fucking fed up. Light it up, hit it, pass it, drop it. Yo, what the fuck? God damn, guess that's my luck. Sipping water, hydration, light of incense, meditation, music playing, vibrations got me in my head spacing, living life, rat racing, bad choices, that's Satan. Thanking God I'm so gracious. I'm so gracious.
How you saying that you with it, but you not?
I don't know.
You're jumping hoops, swallowing swords for these clowns?
I don't know.
Talking that you transparent, so you go.
I don't know, said I don't know.
Yeah, you should know.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, you should know. How you saying that you with it, but you not?
I don't know.
You're jumping hoops, swallowing swords for these clowns?
I don't know.
Talking that you transparent, so you go.
I don't know, said I don't know.
You should know.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, you should know.
I'm a monster, sent to stop an imposter from possibly popping off, so I'm popping them off the roster. Pulled up in a Honda, then lifting off in a saucer. I'm living long and I prosper, y'all capping deserve an Oscar. And though I'm not the highest, David to Goliath, I'm trying to fight a giant. I know I'll probably lose, but shit, I'm dying to try, and I'm only defying a tyrant just to be dying defiant. Fucking 2020, October.
I think the most beautiful thing about music is it's for anybody and everybody. People will dislike certain sports, certain games, certain movies, books, etc., but there will always be at least one song that is near and dear to one's heart. What up, y'all? I'm Mariah, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about me. Little old me. I'm a Filipino artist from the Bay Area, originally from South San Francisco. 650 baby! And I consider myself to be an artist in R&B, neo-soul, and hip-hop. I got the name Araya fairly recently, actually. I used to go through a few names before, the one previous being J. Anthony. Araya is derived from the ancient Tagalog word Heraya, which can mean a few things. I was told it roughly translates to fruit of one's hopes and dream. Other translations say, may your dreams come true, or reach your dreams. I've also seen it to be a popular girl's name in the Philippines, but I'm probably gonna ignore that part. My friend Jamie was the one to actually give that name to me. One of my goals is to tell my story and let it be known that people that look like me can do the same exact thing. Where I grew up, I've seen so many talented Asian musicians who are too scared of the thought to be in music, especially the culture to go into something more practical, like a doctor or lawyer, computer engineer, or specifically Filipino culture to go into nursing. This is me trying to defy those expectations and stereotypes. But I definitely do check off the stereotype of Filipino singing and rapping. I am privileged to have grown up in a melting pot like the Bay Area where diversity is a norm, and it isn't uncommon to see people from different walks of life. I also feel it is my responsibility to use that privilege and amplify the voices of those who have been silenced and ignored. As an artist who is benefiting from music of Black origin, it would be immoral of me to not acknowledge and bring awareness to certain issues regarding the Black community. It is apparent that for years, decades, and even centuries that there is a disproportionate and unfair treatment of Black people from law enforcement within the US, from Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Tamir Rice, Aura Rosser, and countless others. Black people are being murdered by the police for being Black. Black lives matter. It always has and it always will. So please, I implore you to take action by getting involved within your own communities. Have discussions about Black history, or rather history, especially the ones that they don't teach you in schools. Definitely get around to the topic of, for example, like the privatization of the prison system within the US. That privatization unfairly targets people of color. Get educated about the politics within your city. Yeah, I know it sounds boring, politics, whatever. I'm sure you guys are tired, but we all got to do our part. Vote, and not just for presidents, but every year, because your vote can change the outcome for not only you and your family, but everyone within your community. It is time to be proactive and caring for one another. Most importantly, it's important to stay open-minded and be willing to admit mistakes and learn from it. I know I've made a ton. Anyway, thank you to everybody involved at the Davis Cherry Blossom Festival for giving me this opportunity to perform my art, as well as encourage me to promote the message that has been passed to me of advocating for the Black Lives Matter movement. That being said, hope you enjoy the show.
Action! Action! Yeah. Yo, what up? My name is Araya, and it's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, definitely. Let's do this.
Bitch chasing all of the money. When it's sex, I'ma drink the honey's hope and never slow. The money comes, the money goes. Don't flee this game, I'll be running. Your bitch can't tell me nothing. Feel my pockets grow. The money comes, the money goes.
Loose sips are a nuisance, especially if you're hanging by a thread with the nooses. I ain't one for rudeness, but here's a penny for your thoughts. Don't need your 2 cents. Like, oh, we not even close, we not even friends, but you be doing the most. Like, hey, trying to save every nickel and dime, but then she looking my way, so I spend every time. Got this money to have fun, that's my whole enterprise. Then I start to lack funds, it's no surprise. Holla, got your hater when the money slow up. Grow up, begging on the chance you finna blow up. Ooh, you got me, baby, the truth. I'm not that rich, but you try to tell the world it really is. It's so boring though.
They're chasing all of the money. When it's sex, I'ma drink the honey's hope and never slow. The money comes, the money goes. Don't flee this game, I'll be running.
money goes. Yeah. Vibe out, ayy, ride out, ayy, vibe out, ayy, ride out. It's so cold, it's so cold, it's really cold. Did I mention it was cold?
No.
Okay.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Praise the love that brought you here today. Sunshine in your smile, roses in your corner. We're slowly getting older. I feel like we're in love for the first time. And the fun begins. The fun begins. And I can't wait to fly with you. All the trivial things, we can burn it down. All the little things, we can turn it around. Know you've been feeling lonely, want someone to console you. If you trust it, history won't repeat with me. With me, with me, with me. I need to tell you, I've been waiting for you a long time. How can I comfort you is what I'm asking in my mind. And I play your message on repeat. And I'm stepping to the beat. Oh, the fun begins. Oh, the fun begins. And I can't wait to fly with you. All the trivial things, we can burn it down. All the little things, we can turn it around. Know you've been feeling lonely, want someone to console you. If you trust it, history won't repeat. I can guarantee there won't be pain on this road that we paved. Know your past was cloudy, but if you would allow it, the sun will always shine. The sun will always rise, yes. Yeah. All the little things, we can burn it down. All the little things, we can turn it around. Know you've been feeling lonely, want someone to console you. If you trust it, history won't repeat. With me, with me, with me, with me. Cool. Yeah. Hey, pause. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Loving the light every time you leave the room. Part of the fight when you leave full bloom. Now I'm in flight and it's safe to assume I'm in love in the moonlight. Loving the light every time you leave the room. Part of the fight when you leave full bloom. Now I'm in flight and it's safe to assume I'm in love in the moonlight. Leave it a lover, hide the truth, we undercover. Reaching to get a handle like a hand up in a cupboard. Huddled up and conspicuous, monogamous, promiscuous. The problem is it's written in the heart of another. Don't you know thunder only happen when it rains? Why wash away the dirt that's been thrown up on my name. Saying all alone in my throne when I rain. Pull the pin and I throw, let it go with a bang's how I cope with the pain. Don't wanna need it, though what goals are the same. Don't wanna see it, I'm self-destructive. Thank me for towels, I'm so seductive. Half baked, yeah, I find myself reaching for the KK. Wait, just trying to get my head on straight. Ain't trying to listen to my pillowcase. Staying in my room is how I feel most days. But I don't wanna be saved. Every time you leave the room, harder to fight when your leaves full bloom. Now I'm in flight and it's safe too soon. I'm in love and I'm in the light every time you leave the room. Harder to fight when your leaves full bloom. Now I'm in flight and it's safe too soon. I'm in love and I've been wanting to let you go still. Climbing mountains made out of molehills. As it is, it seems that I don't ever rest. Even if I reach the top, I'm only reaching second best. I second guess everything I ever say to you. You would only be down if you were catered to. Get off my chest, I'm complaining that it's draining. But what does love cost? Cause it seems I always pay for you, damn. Don't it cut deep? I don't wanna fall, I don't wanna crease. I thought you'd be my home and I thought I paid the least. I'm just trying to ghost while I'm underneath the sheets. But now I'm on every time you leave me lonely. Can't feel nothing when you hold me. Now I'm acting all dismissive, I ain't even gon' listen. Don't bickering like children when I'm with you. Every time you leave the room, harder to fight when your leaves full bloom. Now I'm in flight and it's safe too soon. I'm in love and I'm in the light every time you leave the room. Harder to fight when your leaves full bloom. Now I'm in flight and it's safe too soon. I'm in love and I'm in love and I'm in love and I'm in the light of when you leave. Love in the light of when you leave. Love in the light when you're gone, when you're gone. Some loving, baby, give me some loving. I need your love today. I need some loving. Get loving. Baby, give me your loving. No. I love you from afar. I'll do it again. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Fucking headphones are falling off. Holy shit.
My style of music is R&B and hip hop, but like smooth R&B and hip hop. My musical inspirations are a lot of oldies like Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, Shaka Khan, Jill Scott, and some more modern ones would be Miguel, Chris Brown, Usher, people like that. Today I'll be singing a original song called No Justice, No Peace that I wrote around the time when George Floyd was killed. I was inspired to write this song because I was just feeling so overwhelmed with how the racial tensions are getting in this country. And I just wanted to write a song that accurately displayed how a lot of black people are feeling. Basically, what I want people to take away is that, you know, saying Black Lives Matter or no justice, no peace doesn't mean that I want to take something away from you or that I'm being radical. It's just to literally hear the words that are being said. Like, without justice, how can there be peace? And just think about that and apply it to yourself.
Living in fear for a lifetime. What does it take to value my life? Brothers and sisters going down. Nobody seems to hear a sound. How can you say that all lives matter when black lives are taken every hour? I'm fighting for justice to not live in fear, so people stop dying for the color of skin. We try the peaceful approach. We march on down the road, and you kneel down on our throats. Not much more that I can take. Black lives are still at stake. So hear me when I say, whoa, whoa. I will fight every day of my life. No justice, no peace. Oh, 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 oh. Justice, no, feeling peace on the horizon. No injustice on my time. A lot of y'all be so hateful. We don't want no more trouble. Willing to risk it all if that's what it takes. Given a circumstance, way too much is at stake. It's not we don't have a voice, it's that we ain't heard. I'ma do my part to get what we deserve. We march on down the road, and you kneel down on our doors. Not much more that I can take. Black lives are still at stake. So hear me when I say, yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. I will fight every day of my life. When my brothers die, no justice, no peace.
Thank you to the Hive Mind, Aria, and Davon for those powerful performances. As expressed by these artists, the injustices against the Black community are real, systemic, and have been ignored for too long. Although we may feel tired after the long election season, we can't stop the fight for justice for the Black community, and we must remember there is still work to be done. It is still important to recognize that we play a part in the failure to address the systemic racism, discrimination, and unlawful treatment of people of color. We need to continue to listen to and support Black organizers to challenge systems of oppression in place. As we remember George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and countless others, we must be resolved to end systemic racism and violence and affirm that Black lives matter. As an Asian American organization in a diverse student body, Bakuhatsu Taikodan and Davis Cherry Blossom wanted to bring the AAPI community together to show support for the Black Lives Matter movement. We cannot continue to benefit from the model minority myth and stand on the sidelines as the injustices against the Black community continue to rise. Here is a video from the students of UC Davis and AAPI organizations across California who wanted to show the community we are all here together to listen and to support the Black Lives Matter movement.
We, the students of NSU at San Francisco State,
Mixed Student Unions,
Nikkei Student Union at UC Riverside,
the Intercollegiate Nikkei Council,
Asian American Association,
Filipinx Association for Health Careers,
Japanese American Student Society celebrates diversity within our community.
Many of our NSU schools participate in events such as Mansour Pilgrimage and Day of Remembrance, which actively promotes the interracial relationships of Japanese Americans with other minority groups. This is something that we really hold close to us, and it epitomizes our purpose in the community.
We're proud of our club's close ties to Nikkei progressives in Little Tokyo, and our members have been collaborating with Japanese Americans across the country to fold 125,000 paper cranes to send to the White House in solidarity and peaceful protest against unlawful and cruel incarceration.
But it's time to turn our focus to the Black community because they have been stripped of their rights for way too long, and we need everyone to use their voice to fight for the justice and recognition that they so deserve.
we strongly believe that the API community can become better advocates for POC.
We realize that it is important to recognize the injustices the Black community faces and has faced for centuries.
We all need to come together as a community to rebuild the system to ensure that Black folks are treated with equality and respect.
Black Lives Matter is not just a short-term movement from time to time, but more so a daily reminder that the Black community is constantly disadvantaged and discriminated against. We must try to empathize with our Black brothers and sisters on a daily basis and not let the deaths of innocent Black lives be in vain.
I support Black Lives Matter because the discrimination and the violence against the Black community has been ongoing and unacknowledged for far too long.
We demand reforms such as the defunding of police departments nationally, as well as reparations in any form. America was founded on the principle of a social contract, one that states if we do not feel protected by our tyrannous government, we may resist it.
It is important to acknowledge and fight against the police brutality, systemic racism, and injustices towards the Black community.
We strive to continue raising awareness of historical discrimination against minorities by standing with Black communities across America, and in calling for an end to police brutality and racial ignorance.
No one should have to feel unsafe or mistreated because of the color of their skin. America's legal system is built around a system of unfairness and racism, and that needs to change.
INC realizes that we have a lot of work to do in becoming an ally with the Black community and educating ourselves in anti-racism.
It is important for us to not only educate ourselves, but also advocate for those who are oppressed and marginalized in our societies.
We would like to see a world where people are celebrated for their differences,
not persecuted for them.
Until Black Lives Matter, we live unprotected, and we must revolt against these different forces of oppression.
We must bring an end to these injustices and come together as one to make amends and to bring equality for all.
INC stands in solidarity with the Black community.
FACT stands in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement.
Japanese American Student Society stands in solidarity and affirms that Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
All Black Lives Matter, today, tomorrow, and every day.
In solidarity, I stand.
In solidarity.
Ishokemme, Ishoni. With everything we got, together as one.
Hey everyone. Hey, what a great day this has been. Thank you all for joining us. We're running just a little bit behind schedule. Sorry about that for everyone. We're going to quickly move into our keynote speaker of this event. This is going to be Dr. Takada Rooks, who's going to be giving us a really moving presentation to kind of finalize our program here today. We'll have one more music set after that. But before we do that, I just really want to quickly bring in some of the organizers who helped bring this event today. And I also wanted to draw attention to the Nikkei Student Union. Thank you, the Nikkei Student Union and the other student organizations at UC Davis and beyond who put that nice video together. I want to check in with Lisa, who has been moderating the Discord discussion. Lisa, do you want to tell us about what's going on over there?
Hi, yeah, thank you. I hope everybody's enjoying the event so far. I wanted to, and thank you for the student organizations for putting that wonderful video together. I've been seeing a lot of great comments all throughout, YouTube, Zoom, and Discord.
I'd like to thank the Nikkei Student Union and the Intercollegiate Nikkei Council for their support in this event by organizing this watch party on Discord. So again, one of the most meaningful parts of organizing this festival is connecting with the community. And, now that location is not a limitation, I would love to, use this opportunity for us to really connect during this time. So if you're not already part of the Discord channel, I would love for you to be able to meet the other viewers and to have some discussions there. And I believe some of the featured artists will be there during the last music set. So I don't want you to miss out on that opportunity to chat with them. So we'll put the link again in the chat. So make sure you head on over there if you're interested in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. And also just a quick thank you to the other hosts we have on screen. Ashley Shen, Candice Nguyen have both been hosting from here at the Shrem Museum of Art and from home. Katie has been running production for us all day long. Thank you so much, Katie. And without further ado, I want to turn to Dr. Curtis Takada-Rooks. I'll give you a brief intro, Dr. Rooks, and then I'll let you take it from here. So for everyone who's joining us, Dr. Curtis Takada-Rooks, he's coming to us from Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles, where he is an assistant professor of Asian Pacific American Studies. He received his bachelor's degree in economics and Asian studies from Dartmouth, a master's in public policy analysis from Trinity College at Harvard, and a PhD in comparative culture from the University of California, Irvine. Dr. Rooks is an expert in critical mixed race theory, and his works brings to light experiences that intersect and transcend simple racial categorization. With his background, his policy background too, and he also works, he looks at ways in which interdisciplinary studies remain relevant in academia, industry, health equity, and more. And we're just so honored that you could be our keynote speaker today, Dr. Rooks. I'll give it to you.
Okay, well, hello everyone, and I'm really excited to be here. I want to thank the Davis Cherry Blossom organizers, Greg, Candice, Ashley, Katie, Lisa, in particular. I also want to acknowledge my ability to do this, to give honor to my parents, Curtis and Kikuyo Rooks, to my brother Tommy, my wife Miki, my daughter Mariko, to my students at LMU, and I know at least one is on this particular webinar, and that's Jenica Rose Garcia, that they provide me the energy and desire to keep doing what I do. Today, I'm going to focus most of my comments on the Japanese American community, but it can certainly be broadened out to the entire Asian American community. But I figure if I'm going to spank anyone, I should probably spank my own family first. So let me begin. I'd like to begin my remarks with an excerpt from the novel Southland by Nina Rivera, a woman of mixed race Japanese ancestry. This novel was set in what was then known as the Angeles Mesa and is now the Crenshaw District or South Los Angeles. I use this particular excerpt because shared peoplehood begins with shared place. And to be sure, the Angeles Mesa, Crenshaw, Culver City, Venice corridor that runs along Adams, Jefferson, Rodeo, now Obama Boulevard, to Culver City, Washington, and Venice Boulevards was and is a special place. For those of you who are on this webinar who may be from LA or from this neighborhood, you know that this is a special corridor. And for those of us whose memories are peppered with stories, I want to ask you to all close your eyes for a moment and see the scene unfold. A few of them, after living someplace else for a year or several, after starting out in Little Tokyo or South Central, or following the crops around the state, bought a plot of land in Angeles Mesa. The price was good, and what you got for it? Rich land nestled by wild hills. And if their neighbors spoke a different language, wore different color skin, here and only here, it didn't matter. Whatever feelings or apprehensions people had when they came, they learned to put them aside because their children played together, sat beside each other at the 52nd Street School, and because it was impossible to walk through the neighborhood without seeing someone different than you. Now, if a visitor had come through in 1958, he or she might have closed their eyes and listened to the voices around them. thought they'd taken a wrong turn and ended up in Texas. They might have walked into Harry's noodle shop and mistaken the town for Little Tokyo. They might see a group of men just released from the Goodyear plant, crowded around a radio and listening to a ball game. They'd be sitting on a milk crates in front of a market owned by a young Japanese man, a veteran, who'd worked there since he was a teenager, who hired local boys of all backgrounds, who heard so many of his customers' stories he could almost forget his own. The people who lived there, the people who laughed and drank and listened to the Dodgers, they didn't know they were unusual. They didn't know that their disregard for the rules observed outside the Mesa made them exceptions. And yet, their experiment did not stand. Now, Revere's novel, you can open your eyes, Revere's novel about place, community, and peoplehood, particularly Japanese and African-American communities, center around three major stories. And so I can share this without sort of giving the novel away. One, it is a love story between a Japanese-American young man and a young African-American woman. It is a murder mystery story. And it is a story of self-discovery by a sensei as she uncovers her grandfather's hidden past, her family's hidden past, and in doing so, her hidden past, forcing her to reimagine herself, to reconceptualize herself, and reconnect with whom she shares peoplehood. So what are the stories we tell ourselves? Now, as a professor, I start each class with a simple question. How do you know what you know? Now, this gets met with a few puzzled looks and quick calculations by students attempting to figure out the right answer to this epistemological question, followed by furrowed foreheads, wondering, what does the professor want me to say? And still others thinking, this has got to be a trick question. Well, after several moments of awkward silence, the discussion breathes life as students popcorn out responses that I dutifully record on the whiteboard. Friends, family, church or faith teachings, fairy tales, school, science, TV, movies, media, print, visual, and social media especially, experimentation, and experience. Well, as you can see, this simple question unlocks complex processes of knowing and the ways in which knowledge and its narratives are communicated. So I asked you, the audience, rhetorically, how do you know what you know? And what are your sources of knowing? Then as a critical race professor, it leads me to ask my students the next set of questions. What does it mean to be, and I ask them to fill in the blank with their racialized identity. I follow that with, how do you know that you are, whatever you filled in the previous blank? Followed by a third question. How do you know that others are not, whatever you filled in the previous blank? So, what are the stories we tell ourselves, and where do they come from? Stories are a powerful way in which we come to know what we know about ourselves and our relationships to the worlds around us, to those who inhabit those worlds. These stories often shape and frame, regulated as it were, those with whom we find kinship, what we value, what we find aesthetically pleasing, what we find sacred, as well as what we find less valuable, what we dislike, and what we find profane. Stories shape what we cheer, what we boo, what we ignore. For our purposes today, along with the many sessions of this festival, the passage from Southland that I led off with, stories tell us about our families, legends of our families' past accomplishments, along with cautionary tales of the shameful moments we are warned not to repeat, the mistakes we are warned not to make. Our family stories tell us how it is we belong to the family and who comprises our family members in all their glory and with their stumbles tells us with whom we are kin. And yet within those tales of family deeds and misdeeds, there are also secrets. The stories left untold, hidden, silenced. For the Japanese American communities, particularly on the West Coast, we know all too well the cost of silence. As Janice Mirikitani reminded us, they said that silence was better, golden like our skin, quieter like don't make waves, expedient like horse stalls and deserts. While the redress and reparations movement sought to kill the silence, to tell the untold hidden stories that lives in our bodies, infecting us with intergenerational trauma that we continue to unwind. And perhaps it was that silence, born of feared judgments and wrongful incarceration, that contributed to the other silences of our past, leading to the silences of our present, threatening our future. In 1966, Time magazine ran a story entitled "Success Story, the Japanese American Style," coining the term model minority, creating a mythical tale of Japanese American exceptionalism and white adjacency. And so I ask again, what does it mean to be Japanese American? And how do we know we are Japanese American? What have been the stories told about us? The stories we tell ourselves? And what's left out in that telling? In many households and among our Japanese American community leaders at that time in 1966, we became complicit in the telling of this model story about us. And in our self-telling, transformed this myth from a story about us into a story of us. And even as the activist youth of that generation tried to push back on that mythical narrative, unfortunately, it had already woven itself into the fabric of our family and community quilts. Perhaps having experienced the collective shame from the stories told about us during and in post-World War II, it pushed us to readily accept, to cling to this new story of praise and exceptionalist being that was being told about us. Perhaps it was the validation that the silence, shigataganai, had brought us, complexly intertwined with gaman, the notion of persistence, and gambaru, hard work, that allowed us to survive and resist the hegemony, bigotry, and incarceration of American white supremacy and nationalism. Perhaps it was the arrogance of inherited Japanese culture and its tale of superiority that craved recognition. Perhaps it was the anger of the Watts riot or rebellion and the lost property and disrupted sense of security and safety. To be sure, it was probably a complex combination of all of these at once and many more perhapses that allowed for the acceptance and embracing of this mythical story about us, the model, that was used to tell another falsehood, redeeming America and its systemic and structural racism, granting us white adjacency while driving, as scholar Ronald Takaki would say, wedges between us and our then neighbors. But at what cost? In what ways did silence the telling of our stories, of our neighborhoods, of our collaborations, our partnerships, our friendships, our peoplehood, and yes, even our kinship with our BIPOC neighbors? This mythology of the model minority, built on the stilts of economic, occupational, educational, and social success, fails to tell the full story of the bedrock on which these stilts are embedded. Blackness and how to deal with Blackness is an ongoing story of America, and the pendulum of fairness, of being created equal that permeates America, laid the foundation for Asian American, thus Japanese American, rights in the United States. The 14th Amendment to the US Constitution established a means to give citizenship to the newly freed, formerly enslaved African Americans. And along with it in this particular amendment, the legal principles of due process and equal protections created pathways to Japanese American settlement in the United States. For example, the right of birth citizenship ensured that Japanese American immigrant families, through their children, could rightfully claim as their country, US as their country, using their children's citizenship as a mean to circumvent alien land laws. And though the incarceration stole most of the capital created by the Japanese American community before the war, it provided the template for recovery as we attempted to rebuild what had been lost. But what I want you to think about today is, had it not been for the 14th Amendment, how different the story would have been for these aliens ineligible for citizenship. Similarly, the civil rights movement, which was more than just protests, marches, and speeches, well, because it involved intense negotiations, not only on the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the 1965 Voting Rights Act, and the 1965 Immigration Act, but not only on that legislation, but it was also the intense negotiations on how to operationalize them, including but not limited to Bernard Rustin's advocacy on the part of labor in the establishment of affirmative action. Affirmative action to remedy past discrimination and ensuring diversity in the workplace became an important pathway for Japanese Americans because the model minority, as the model group along with other Asians, they were allowed into white systems to circumvent the spirit and intent, rectifying Black discrimination while meeting the letter of the law. Japanese Americans became the model and palatable new neighbors for diversity in white suburban housing developments. Again, providing the patina of progressiveness resulting in non-red line housing, allowing for the accumulation of wealth, providing their children access to better schools, hence improved college admissions and later professional schools, and with it the potentials for wealth accumulation. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that every Japanese American who studied hard, who worked hard, who saved and invested in a home did not do the hard work to succeed. But what I am saying, and this is a story that isn't told, that in large part, the opportunity for that success was bought part and parcel from a deep anti-Blackness within our society writ large. And in the telling of the story of ourselves, we rarely, if ever, recognize that our use as a wedge against Blackness by systemic anti-Black racism gave us the chance to use our cultural toolkits of Gaman and Gambaru to build back better. By not including and incorporating the stories of the Black community's fight for civil and human rights into our stories, we distance ourselves from ourselves, choosing silence over voice. So, going forward, what will be the stories we tell ourselves? As scholar Gary Okihiro states, and I paraphrase here, we are a kindred people, African and Asian, Japanese American. We share a history of migration, cultural interaction, and trade. We share a history of colonization, or the threat of colonization, oppression and exploitation, and parallel and mutual struggles for freedom. We are a kindred people, forged in the fire of white supremacy and tempered in the water of resistance. Yet, that kinship has been obscured from our range of vision, and that our stories of common cause, silenced, turn into narratives of competition for access and resources. Going forward, what will be the stories we tell ourselves? Will we look back and acknowledge that within our very first immigrant communities, there were Japanese Black families that played central roles in the pioneer ethnic community and economy? For example, will we include a story, one not far from Davis, from Sacramento, of Masumizu Kuninosuke, who married in 1869, married an African-American woman and had 3 daughters and a son, operating a fish store in Sacramento for many years. Will we tell the story of the children of military Black and Japanese international families who migrated during and after US occupation of Japan, whose work in multiracial identity has provided the mixed ancestry Yonsei, Gosei, and others marginalized within the community, the theories and language to voice their identity? Will we loudly tell the stories of the Yuri Kuchiyamas and the Haseya Yamamotos and other activists who sought and found kinship in the Black and brown communities, playing instrumental roles in striving for equality and voice? Will we elevate the Ronald Dellums to the level of the Alan Simpsons when we tell the story of redress and reparations? What will be the stories we tell ourselves? We tell our children. This Cherry Blossom Festival today has been a good step in reclaiming our kinship and expanding our story as we seek to turn our passion into purpose, as we seek to return to our mesas and kill this silence. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that inspirational talk, Dr. Rooks. We have some time for some questions and answers from our audience, if anyone would like to post there now. Otherwise, just want to thank you again for being part of our festival and in sharing these stories and reclaiming our shared identities. Yeah. How have you been holding up, Dr. Rooks?
Doing pretty well. It's tiring, you know, with the stay at home, the COVID, and teaching is actually harder on Zoom than it is face to face. But the other thing that I've been able to do is really spend time in various community venues talking about sort of this notion of shared kinship and shared peoplehood. Mm-hmm. And, you know, for me, it's with this particular issue of Black Lives Matter, you know, I can't divorce it. It is in my body. That is me. I am Black. I am Japanese. I'm Japanese. I'm Black. Right?
Yeah.
And so, and it impacts my family because with all that goes on, my wife, who's Sansei, she has to worry when I leave the house. You know, my daughter, who is also part Black, you know, challenges the places that she's in about sort of the issues that you guys have raised today, as well as worried about me coming home, right? Yeah. So you know, I think what's always interesting, because I do a lot of work in the Japanese American community, and I would say that most people in the Japanese American community pretty much see me as Japanese American to a degree, right? So a few years ago, I was doing a general thing on diversity training for the United Methodist Church, and I focused on sort of particularly Black and brown issues within that. And a woman from the Japanese American community who had seen me mostly in those spaces came up, and she was sort of shocked that I was talking about the way in which I was talking about diversity at that point. And I had to say to her, you know, I'm never not Black.
Yeah.
Because America doesn't give me that opportunity, right? And that's okay, because there's a richness there, right? So, I asked that story, the third question I ask is, how do you know those who are not you?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And often at times I think when people think about the Black community who are not a part of the Black community, they think about culture, music, athleticism. I mean, just lay out the positive stereotypes or the negative stereotypes and the victimization, right?
Yeah.
But what, as Gary Okihiro was saying, if we really investigate, or what I've said before, if we really investigate, we both share this abiding belief in family, this abiding belief in our people groups, abiding belief in wisdom and education. I mean, Black people wanted education so badly, they had to make it illegal for them to learn it, and they beat and killed people for trying to learn or trying to teach them, right? But the stereotype is we don't appreciate education. That's not to say there aren't antipathies, that there aren't challenges in the Black community around education and other things. But when you've been denied an opportunity for education for over 400 years, and you've been given the worst opportunities, I think it's hard for a 6-year-old to say, they want me to learn.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So understanding those things, right? But yet, in the community itself, wisdom is valued, learning is valued, right?
Yeah.
And so I think there's so much that gets ignored when we only look at headlines.
Yeah.
And stories, and that came through. That's come through a lot in the past 6 months, right? It's mostly about our victimhood, not about sort of the richness of our resistance, the richness of our persistence, the richness of our belief in America.
So yeah, I guess a lot of the people who are watching this today, thank you for joining us from other institutions, from UC Davis as well. A lot of young people who are looking to tell better stories about ourselves too. And I don't want to just make you answer the same question you said before, but what are some of the little steps you see people doing, or ways that we can maybe take your message to heart as we try to organize ourselves?
Well, I certainly think that you need to push yourself to learn your own family stories.
Yeah.
Right. The novel I used is a tremendous one. I mean, it's fiction, but it really talks about, right? There's probably more to the connection your family has, particularly if you've been here more than 3 generations, with other communities of color. Just is, right?
Yeah, it has to
be. It behooves us in teaching our new generations, the new immigrant communities that come in, that says, like I said, the right that your children have a right of birth citizenship, right?
Yeah,
was built on giving Blacks the right to birth citizenship. It's how we brought them into the country, right? Now, we haven't always lived up to that as a country, but that basic right is there. The notion of due process, the notion of equal protections under the law, right? Those were all built around granting rights to Black people. The 15th Amendment that gave us the right to vote. I mean, it didn't give women the right to vote, but it gave somebody other than white people the right to vote, that you couldn't be denied vote because of race or religion or any of those other things. Unfortunately, it didn't say gender, and we rectified that with the 19th, right? Those things that even the 1965 Immigration Act was a larger part of the civil rights movement that said, because we were in the middle of the Cold War. And so we were fighting with the world about whether or not our democracy was real. And the Soviet Union was saying to other countries of color, saying, why would you want to go to America? Look what they've done to your people in America, right?
Yeah.
And so part of the changing of the Immigration Act had to do with this larger piece that was going on, right? Which allowed immigration from Asia again, which had been cut off virtually since 1924, right?
Yeah.
So it's about, because I'm talking to college students, I'm going to call on you and university students, or I'd rather say young scholars, because students learn for a test, scholars learn to learn, right? To use that for something other than that. So to own it so that they understand themselves. Do what you do. Read. Right. I love the young man, the Filipino American artist, and his things.
Uriah, yeah.
He was dropping citations and things that educate yourself. Right. Educate yourself. Don't rely on your professors to educate you. Right?
Yeah.
Because there's professors out there who are invested in the lie, or invested in science. Right. There are some professors who aren't. Find those professors, or find the students of those professors, or young scholars of those professors. Trade syllabi, trade conversations. Don't be afraid to have those conversations.
Thank you. I want to get to a couple of more people writing some questions in the Q&A. We have Izumi Sakamoto asks, do you think that more JAs are challenging the silence and seeking the shared kinship with other BIPOC folks? And do you think that increasingly mixed heritage that Yonsei and Gosei JA people have is challenging that complacency? She also asks, how can we change community narratives to expand that shared kinship and kill the silence?
Right. So one is going back to the history. That's the easy part.
Yeah.
I think what's going on in the contemporary is we really have to sort of know that when we walk into someone else's space, right, that it's their space. We've sort of inherited, and our white adjacency has given us an arrogance that allows us to think we're going to go save somebody.
Yeah.
Right. So first we got to lose that. We ain't saving nobody. Right. Now we may be able to bring resources and other things that aren't there, but it's for them to use and engage in and partnership with you in meeting or sort of challenging the things that those resources aren't allowing them to have. But we have to sort of really take a good look at ourselves to say, understand why we're doing it. And then as we do it, right, to do it in partnership, right, which means we might have to check ourselves, right, and say, how can I help? Not here's how I'm going to help you, right?
Thank you.
For example, with the mass incarceration of immigrant children and things like that, right? We need to really learn the histories of the countries that they're coming from, right? We can't just go and lick the icing off the top of the cake. We have to get down into the ingredients.
Thank you. I think I lost it, but we had a question about decolonizing our as young scholars and not just students. And I think there's been a lot of talk in some departments about decolonizing kind of the narratives we use in education itself. Do you have any thoughts on that for students?
Well, certainly in this emotional moment, a lot of universities are talking that. We'll see if they walk the talk. But what we do see clearly is that young faculty of color in particular are carrying the burden of labor on this in large part, as well as some of our accomplices, usually young women faculty. I think as students, the way that you support it and can work on it is take the classes. I know you want to be a mechanical engineer, but take an ethnic studies class. Take more than one ethnic studies class, right? Don't be afraid to take one outside of your group, but take some in your group too. Whether you do it through art or literature, through something, but don't just be a bystander of critical race, right? Engage in those courses, because that will tell, and then do these sort of organizing. Each one bring one.
Interesting. Yeah.
Right. Each one bring one. Don't you just come. You grab your friend, your suite mate, the person across the hall, right? And bring other bodies, people that you know who think it's stupid or silly or whatever, or they don't have time for it. Bring them to those courses. I mean, there's a practical thing. If you have enrollments, and those enrollments are hardy, then the university will actually keep offering the courses. Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because if there's no enrollment, the classes are going to go away. So they aren't, they'll pay fire insurance for a while, but not forever.
So everyone listening at home, I hope you take that to heart. Where let's take some more classes. Let's. I think we have actually Jeremiah, Uriah, the artist you mentioned, is in our chat saying, let's push for more ethnic studies participation. Let's organize. Let's do this.
And then organize things where you can tell your voice. I love spoken word. I wish I could do it, but I love spoken word, right?
Yeah.
Do those things where your voice comes out. Get, all those different things. Write stories for children, right? Figure out what your gift is and employ it. And employ it on your campuses.
Yeah, it's a similar theme, actually, tying back to our first panel on Taiko, our activists who joined us this morning, saying, do what you love and make the world better with it. So I think that's a really nice way to end it on. We are so honored that you could join us for this keynote speak, Dr. Rooks. Thank you so much for joining us here at our festival.
Well, I am truly honored to be able to share this day with you. And for those of you who are out there in the audience, I'll just leave you with, let's see if I can get it right. Let's bring Wakanda to America.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Dr. Rooks. All right, we're gonna have one more artist set, everybody. So stick around if you're hanging out with us. Before we do that, though, I'm gonna get all these artists on a call. We're gonna have a little kind of discussion about being a performing artist during this time. We're gonna queue up a quick video, though. We have a special presentation from one of our friends on campus, Nakekini Hawaii, our Polynesian, Hawaiian, Tahitian dance group. So let's have that first. All right, thank you, Nakekiri Hawaii. So all my artists who are on the call, go ahead and hide your videos, and let's have a little bit of a discussion here. So we're reaching the very end of our program. Thank you for everyone who's joined us throughout today, through our many wonderful musical guests, through our panels and our speakers and everything. So we're gonna close it out with one more big bang of a artist performance, and we're lucky to actually be joined by many of these artists live right now. I hope you can see them. They're all coming in now. We're gonna keep this a bit kind of informal, kind of have just a fun conversation here. But I wanted to ask you if you wanted to introduce yourself, guys. We could kind of popcorn around. Let's do it in the Busy Lighthouse crew. Could you say hello to our audience?
Hello, my name is Jesus. I'm the singer and guitarist for Busy Lighthouse. Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
This is Isaiah. I play bass. I'm glad to be here again. I think it's the third time we've done this festival. So yeah, happy to be here.
Hey guys, I'm Josh. I play drums for Busy Lighthouse. And again, this is our third year and glad to be doing it virtually rather than not at all. So thanks for having us.
Yeah, a little bit different this time, but it's nice to have you back. Busy Lighthouse has been a staple of our festival for a couple of years now. I also, let's pass it off to, I think we have Eli from Sun Bobby and Here in Color, or Sun Baby, sorry.
Yo, hi, Eli, Sun Baby and Here in Color. How's it going?
Good, nice to see you. Oh, I think we have Geraldo just called in too from his car. Hey.
What's up, everybody? This is Gerardo from Busy Lighthouse and Here in Color. I'm going home right now from work. I'm so happy to be here. So glad to see all my friends perform and just like, man, you guys are awesome. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. And can we get a shout out from the Guero crew? How are we doing?
What's up? This is Russ, Mike, and Shay from Wedo. Happy to be here on this lovely Sunday afternoon.
Well, thank you all for joining us. I was thinking we could just maybe have a conversation about how are you doing making music during this time? What has it been like?
Yes.
Well, I can answer for at least from my. So I forgot to mention I'm also in Here in Color and Sun Baby. But it's tricky because we had all these shows lined up, all three bands. I think Busy Lighthouse is the only group I performed with in 2020. I could be wrong, but I feel like we only had one show and then everything happened. So like we've just been trying to write, but it's also hard to do that remotely. So like everything's still happening, but it's just taking longer. So like we do like Zoom mixing and stuff with you know, for like Busy Lighthouse, we do it over Zoom with Jonathan, our mixer, and then like with Here in Color, we try and, you know, bring ideas to the table, and same with Sun Baby, where we're just trying to like perform and see what happens. So yeah, we're making it work.
How about Guero crew? What's it been like for you?
It's been it's actually been pretty nice. You know, we just released our second album on Dutch Records, and we were set to, you know, start to go on tour and do all these things. But what's been nice is it's kind of brought us back to where we're now just writing and recording. We've been in the studio pretty much all year, working on our follow-up album. It's been pretty nice to just kind of sit back and just really focus on our music again, you know, and just really being together and just kind of seeing where we can take it.
Yeah, different kind of opportunity, huh?
Yeah.
Anyone else kind of thoughts on this matter? So, all right.
Like it seems like for us, the band, a lot of people are real busy, so this has made them less busier, so they can just focus on the band.
Yeah.
Do anything else, you know? Our drummer can go play with his other band and on tour and stuff, so he's got to play with us.
Yeah. Well, I'm so excited for some of your sets coming up too. I'm really impressed with your ability to make music either, you know, socially distanced. You know, it's difficult, you know, getting even a film crew out, right? Like Guero's got some really awesome footage on theirs, right? Or you know, the way you're like track layering and stuff. I was telling the Busy Lighthouse crew, the little Easter egg coming up in their video. One of my favorite parts is Isaiah trying to open the door. I think while Jesus is like laying down a bass solo and stuff. It's just you see these little parts of people's lives that maybe you don't always see on stage too, that, you know, there's really kind of a human experience to playing music as well. Yeah. I also want to take a little special time to shout out to Isaiah. Isaiah has been part of our festival for a long time, and he's also really good at finding really great artists. He is my official unofficial scout for a couple of years too, and he finds a lot of the talent that we bring to our festival. Can I just thank you for that, Isaiah, and have you tell us maybe what are you looking for? How do you do it, man?
Yeah, no problem. I mean, well, I don't know. Usually, the first time I did it, I remember it was just because I was consulting with, I think it was, what was it? What year was it? I don't remember when, but I think at the time, I was taking some music classes and stuff. So I was like, I met a lot of people in school. So a lot of it's just like, finding people that I think would be a good fit that like I know, who usually it's just people I know, like friends who play music that, either I think just haven't had a chance to perform much or just, people who are consistent. I mean, just good music. But that's why my lists are always so long whenever, because I send like a huge list. But it's just like usually it's just people that you just kind of tell just by like knowing the people like that they're a good fit or not. So.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and you do send great lists, long, great lists. So I'm appreciative of that all the time. Hey, so I want to invite audience at home to have this conversation, hang out with our artists. I think some of our team members are going to be dropping the Discord link into the chats. And we've had, one of the kind of problems of doing stuff remotely is we've had chats on YouTube, chats on Zoom, chats on Discord, kind of spread out. We're going to try to bring that together just for a chance for us to hang out with the artists and psych out about music. I've really appreciated seeing some of the artists being just present all day and commenting in the chat. So for our artists here now in this next set, as well as our artists earlier who are sticking around, thank you so much for making this event so much fun every year, whether it's in person or online here. So should we get to the music? I also want to say that we will also post a link that full unabridged versions of all the sets today will be posted immediately after this event terminates on the Davis Cherry Blossom Festival YouTube. Sometimes there's maybe audio issues just with this live streaming environment. You will get the nice quality sounds as well as some additional content from our artists who are here now as well. If you want to check those out after. How does that sound? Should we get to the set?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Let's head on over to Discord if you want to chat with our artists, and let's maybe have a copy of YouTube run in and Discord open, and we can have a nice conversation there. So thank you, everyone. This is we'll sign off at the very end, but this is this is our last set of the night. So let's do it. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone. We are here in color. I am Faith. I'm going to be singing tonight, and we are ecstatic. We are thrilled to be here, to be a part of this event that Davis Cherry Blossom is putting on, to be part of this festival. And yeah, we're going to sing some songs for you guys, perform some songs. It's going to be a good time, okay?
When these words just get caught in my throat, I've been waiting and hoping for the right moment, but it seems that it won't ever come. I can't believe it's still going. It feels like it never ends. What if one day we woke up and all the world we loved again? I can't believe it's still going. It feels like it never ends. What if one day we woke up and all the world we loved again? Oh, can we do better? Can we do better? Can we do better? No, can we do better? Can we do better? Can we do better? No, can we do better? Can we do better? Can we do better? No, can we do better? Can we do better? Can we do better? What if all the voices stopped and we could hear our thoughts again? What if we just sit in silence? I might see you better then. What if all the voices stopped and we could hear our thoughts again? What if we just sit in silence? I might see you better then. Oh, can we do better? Can we do better? Can we do better? No, can we do better? Can we do better? Can we do better? No, can we do better? Can we do better? Can we do better? No, can we do better? Can we do better? Can we do better? It feels like it never ends. It feels like it never ends. It feels like it never ends. It feels like it never ends.
Hello, everybody. Thank you guys for tuning in, and shout out to Davis Cherry Blossom Festival for putting this on and allowing us to have an opportunity to speak and share our hearts with you. I'm going to talk about a organization that I'm a part of called Global Genesis Movement, and we're based right now in Togo, West Africa. We rehabilitate women who have been human trafficked or are survivors of sexual violence, and we provide them with trades that they can use to become self-sufficient. And yeah, we should have the link to our GoFundMe right here. If you have the mobile app, you should be able to find a link to our GoFundMe on our Spotify page. You can get there through our Instagram. We've got a link to our link tree there at Here in Color. And please, if you can, any amount helps. We're all struggling right now due to COVID, and yeah, we really appreciate any support you can provide us with. Thank you, guys.
Wait, is that recording? Oh. Some baby. Oh, we are Some Baby, and this is Save Me. Oh my God. All right. After that sexy part, you had enough.
But you have no substance, you win. In this battle I lose so much time, hoping this time, but it will make up for last time. You're supposed to be my forever. Vision, you don't exist. When will I stop being your forever? When did I stop being enough? Is it because my emotions are too much? Is it because you're not enough? When did I stop being your forever? When did I stop being enough? Is it because my emotions are too much? Is it because you're not enough? When did I stop being your forever? When did I stop being enough? Is it because my emotions are too much? Is it because you're not enough? Not enough. Not enough. Not I'm riding solo, no, you can't disturb me. Feeling freer, free as can be. Nothing can touch me, cause I'm bullshit free. Don't kill my vibe, cause I am sorry freely. It's been a while since I've seen you. Hey, nice to meet you, and you're pretty cute. I'm riding the wave, not even the way thought I would be. Not missing a thing, you and me up to see what's up. And unlike the fuck, you even Excuse me, I'm out there so to get some money. I'm too cute to be stressing for you. Wasting my time, I don't even like you. Wasting my time, I don't even like you. It's been a while since I've seen you. Hey, nice to meet you, and you're pretty cute. I'm riding the wave, not even lonely. Thought I would be, not missing a thing. You with me up to see what's up, and I'm like the fuck. Can you even want? I'm riding the wave, not even lonely. Thought I would be, not missing a thing. You with me up to see what's up, and I'm like the fuck. Can you even want? Oh, can you even want? Fuck you on.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jesus. I'm the guitar player and singer for Busy Lighthouse. I hope you enjoy our show.
What lies under human skin? Will it lie? Is it something we all know that we don't know? But when we see the truth that hides behind our eyes, it only raises fear. Is our mind until we realize what it is. It is faith in the act of our animal needs. We'll soon be all deep underneath the ground. That's why we run away. That's why
Scholar is a song that talks about questioning authority.
Let me introduce you to man of words. He says nothing but helps you to transverse. Can't you see? Can't you read? Can't you read? Can't you breathe? He paints his words with his own eyes. But can you tell what is the surprise? Can you tell? Or can you keep? Can you weave? Or can't you see? I only tell you to set up your own eye. Do not forget what they tell you, what to build upon what they mean. I will always be there as a rock, but the things I say do not lock in your head with the lead on the sky. Don't despise. I only tell you to set up your own mind. Do not feel too kind to keep thinking the thoughts that are seen correct.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created
In the Age of the Devil talks about how we as humanity tend to blame other people based on color, race, religion, or anything that we put our hands on. And it talks about how we need to, as a race, as humans, learn to improve ourselves for the better of humanity, rather than just blaming and pointing fingers on other people.
Hey everyone who's still with us. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is going to conclude our 2020 A Change is Going to Come Davis Cherry Blossom Festival. I really enjoyed that last music set. I had a great time talking with people in the Discord. I love seeing all the artist comments on YouTube, on what are we even doing this on Zoom, right? Just a quick kind of let's wrap some stuff up. If you missed any of these sets, I'm posting a link to a playlist right now. This playlist has the unedited, kind of the full audio cuts of some of these songs. So if you want to just jam out to them, they're there and available to you. We had a little bit of a mishap with our YouTube earlier today. If you were on our YouTube live stream at the very beginning of the day, you might have missed Natasha Greer and part of Sage's performance. You can definitely check them out there. You can also, for any of the panels or things that happen live during today's event, those will be still here. You can find them back on this this YouTube section. Well, the sun's set here. We've been at it all day. I'm just incredibly grateful for all the artists who contributed, for all our speakers, the students, organizers who put this together. I want to one more time a thank you to our sponsors. We're here at the Manetti Shrem Museum of Art in Davis. We would also like to thank the City of Davis Arts and Cultural Affairs Program. We'd like to thank the Davis Food Co-op and UC Davis Global Affairs. Thank you for making this possible. Thank you for sharing the support with artists so that we can continue to do this kind of work even when times aren't the best. So I hope we can see you soon in another event live, hopefully, or maybe not, but you know where to find us. We're the Davis Cherry Blossom Festival. You can look us up on whatever, social media. We got a website and stuff too. Thank you for our chat moderators for facilitating that today. I got nothing left to say. I felt like we just went on a road trip. I love that ending from Guerrero. Thank you, all the artists who came on with me ahead of this that set too. Well, what am I talking about? Let's get out of here. Thank you, everybody, and hope to see you next time. Oh, yes, yeah. Come on, if you're still here, panelists or hosts. Thank you, Candace. Thank you. Ashley and Katie had to leave to a meeting, but we're going to sign off. I don't know how to end this Zoom stream. Thank you, everybody. It's so nice just spending this time with you. I really enjoyed kind of that community talking in the chats and stuff. All right. Well, I'm going to close it up here. And once again,